What's up, motherfuckers?
Hey guys.
Don't have to worry about getting demonetized for cursing right away.
Hell yeah. Oh. Oh, you just said we don't have to worry
Right.
about it. Word.
All right. Look at it, man. There's already 60 people in here. Oh, it just dropped. It dropped from 66 to 56.
I see 64.
Do you?
Yeah.
Huh. Got too much going on over here.
Oh, that's my iPad making sounds.
Yep. All right. So you hit 575 today on TikTok.
I did.
You left the creator beta program and went up
Yes.
25,000 subs or followers in what, 3 days?
I
4
would
days?
say about 3 days, yeah.
Yeah. Today's what? It's been 5 days. You left the day that we got our payout. So it's been 5 days. You've gained 25,000 followers in 5 days.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's how much they were throttling our account.
Yeah.
Your account. Mine's still getting throttled.
Yours is still definitely getting throttled. I can't see. My glasses are all fingerprinted. Oh, I just made it worse.
So you want to talk about last night at all?
Oh my God, I had so much fun last night. So we went and saw Sister Act. Yesterday was kind of a rough day.
Yeah. Why is that?
Well, for you it was.
Yeah, it was for me.
You had a rough day, and we ended up going out, and we saw Sister Act, which we did not see when it was scheduled to be seen because there was just too much going on. So we went and saw it, and we got recognized by one of the workers there, and his name was Ethan. And he was like, "Aren't you on TikTok?" And we were like, "Yeah, that's us." And he was like, "Oh my gosh, you guys are so great." And I was like, "Stop it." So that was a cool interaction. They had scalloped potatoes that were absolutely fantastic. The dessert was good. They had these coconut macaroons.
Yeah, those macaroons were the shit. They were very sweet, but they were good.
Oh yeah. And then it started.
Oh, wait a minute. All right. I'm being told that the chat box is not activated. Uh-oh.
No.
What is going on, Stream Elements? Why aren't you working? Bum. Give me a second, guys. I'm working on it. It's showing I'm live. Everything should be working on the chat bots.
I see it.
Yeah. Okay.
Zach, $5.
Cool. Dope.
Okay, so that happened. We got recognized before the show started, and then the show started, and that's when my edible hit.
Yeah.
So my edible hit, and I'm having a good time, and there's women dancing on stage like it's the 70s, and I was like, ooh, I like their pants. And there was a bad dude with the goons, and I was like, the goons are kind of fun. It's a heart.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I have a very painful.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you were aware that
Okay.
it was on there. I was
Yeah.
trying to be discreet.
I appreciate
You're
that.
just blowing your shit up. Yes, I know it. I know it's there.
I appreciate you. I really do.
Okay.
I'm glad you got my back.
Yeah.
So all of that happened. There was a moment where the edible was really hitting, and I was just looking around. I'm like, wow, I'm having such a good time. Like I'm at a musical, and I'm listening to people sing, and I'm with my man, and we had some good food. And then I hear the guy singing about stabbing somebody. And I was like, clearly I am not present in the moment because I
Yeah.
have no idea what's happening. It was a lot of fun.
I-
Intermission came.
I was not really enjoying it up until after that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a couple times I looked over and you were smiling. I'm like, okay, she's obviously having a good time. I'm not going to say anything. But when we went to intermission, I'm like, I'm not really enjoying this.
Yeah.
And then the second half of the show was really good. But that whole song about killing that chick did not do it for me.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah.
Really was a lot.
It was pretty dope, though. We got recognized 3 times last night.
We did.
Yep.
And during the intermission, another one of the workers came up to us and she goes, I don't want to like bother you guys, but I just want you to know, like, I really love your podcast. And the reason that we were at the show is because one of the people in the pit,
That plays the music for the
Yeah.
show is one of our followers.
it's our t-shirt guy.
Yeah, it is.
So he got us tickets. We were there, and she was like talking to him, and she's like, they look really familiar, and I don't know why. It's just,
Yeah.
why are they here? And he was like, oh yeah, I know them. They have the podcast.
Yeah.
And she came over, and we took pictures with everybody, and then we received an email.
Yeah.
Disclose what the email said.
It just basically said that I saw you guys at Sister Act, and I didn't want to be weird coming up to you, but I recognized you and love your podcast. It's wild to think that we were, an hour and a half away from our house, and we were out in public doing shit, and people were able to recognize us and actually saw, it actually had the want to come and talk to us,
Yeah.
which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Did you, do you want to talk about the cloning thing?
Before we get into the cloning thing, I want to talk about the rip away clothes, because
Okay.
that was a moment for me.
I missed that whole thing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was so cool. So there's a part in the musical where one of the police officers is singing about how he could be like the perfect man for this woman who's in hiding. And there's a moment where he's wearing the police outfit, and he like turns around and runs across the stage. I'm like, that's a really bulky outfit.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, it looks uncomfortable. It looks like there's a lot of layers. It's good for him. Like, he's nailing it. And then he stands in the center of the stage, and his hands are up, and everybody's around him, like, doing the thing. And then they rip away his police outfit. And I was like, ah! And he's standing there in this silk red, like, button-up shirt with a very nice white vest and pants. And he does this whole little number, like, super snazzy, and I'm losing my mind because it was rip away clothes. And then they do it again.
Yeah.
They grab all of his silky clothes and rip it away, and it's a police outfit. And I was blown away. That was probably one of the best moments of the show.
I missed both of those. My phone went off. I looked down at my watch, and I looked back up, and he was wearing a different outfit. I was like, damn, how did that happen? And I figured rip away clothing.
Yeah.
And then I looked down again, and I looked back up, and he's back in a cop uniform. Like, how the fuck did he put that back on so quick? Didn't even register that he was wearing multiple outfits like that.
There was that, and then at the very end of the show, he came out in a sequenced police outfit. And I cackled.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the ladies behind us were completely annoyed with us the whole night.
Yeah.
Because we were getting attentions of like the waiter and the lady coming over and the servers and all of that kind of stuff. And I heard them in the background going, excuse me, excuse me. And the dude turned around and walked away. And I was like, oh no, like they hate us.
I don't care. I had a really good time.
I had a lot of fun. So we did that. And then we get into the car. And I posted a TikTok before we sat down for the show. So it was posted for maybe 2 hours, and it received 120,000 views, blowing up in the comments. And it was one of the videos where we were being like super sweet and sappy to each other. And somebody said, you should clone him so I can experience this love. And I looked at you and I was like, we could do that. But when you really think about it, if we were to clone you, you probably wouldn't tolerate any of the women in the comments on TikTok.
Well, no. So, and this is a discussion that happened last night, which is why I think it's so funny, because we talked for like an hour of how this would all play out.
Yeah.
My clones would try to date you.
Right.
So I would have to kill them.
Yeah.
Like there would be no way, like there can be only one. We're Highlandering this shit.
Right.
And then we were like, well, you can clone you too, so that my clones have someone, but then we have to compete on the podcast.
Too much.
Yeah, there's just too much competition going on here. We'd have to kill our clones.
Yeah.
But we would have minions.
Correct. Could you imagine?
The idea that, like, I know that I take things very literal.
Yeah.
Somebody saying that, we should clone him so that I can experience that. My clone wouldn't want you. Like I have what I want. My clone's going to want the same thing.
I was thinking about that too, because I've had dudes say, I wish you could clone yourself. We need to clone her, all this other shit. Clone me wouldn't tolerate majority of the things that guys in today's world do.
Yeah.
It would just be a bunch of feral me's roaming in a swamp somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a gaggle of geese.
You know that if you thought about
A pack of peaches.
the fact that a pack of peaches.
A pack of peaches.
If you thought about the fact that the clones would try to go after us, like to date us,
it's like a John Wick.
we knew we were going to have to kill them because we thought about this ahead of time. When they were cloned and came to life, they would know that we were going to try to kill them.
Well, they would know that we would catch on to them.
Right. And then they're going to try to kill us to stay alive.
Too much.
Yep. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
We're not going to clone us.
No. This is what we do, guys. This is the stupid shit that happens when we drive in the car.
Good for me though. Like I don't have a very high skill. Like I don't know where to punch somebody in the throat to take them down immediately. I could take somebody down. It's going to take some work and I'm probably going to be really winded afterward. But if I'm fighting me at the same level, I'm not that much of a threat when it comes to myself. So I just have to outwit her.
That's funny.
Which could be easy to do because I know how I think. But if she knows how I think and I'm thinking like her, but I'm thinking like me.
Zeke just said that the clones wouldn't be the same as us because they haven't done the mental work yet. But what if they're cloning us exactly? Wouldn't they be
Right.
exactly the way we were the moment they cloned us? Like same information, same knowledge, same life experiences.
Or if you're just cloning the body, you're not getting a clone of me. You're just getting a replica of
You're
my
getting
body.
Yeah,
suit.
frame, right. Like a meat suit.
Yeah.
A doppelganger with no brain.
Oh, God, no. I don't want one of me running around like that. Are you kidding me? What if she does like a... No, I'm not saying that.
We had a really good date night last night.
Yes. And then we were laying in bed and you rolled over and you looked at me and you're like, I'm still in love with you. And it took everything in me not to cry.
I'm glad you didn't go, aw, because I'd have been like, you bitch. Don't fucking aw me.
No. It's nice to hear that. Like,
Yeah.
all the time, you tell your partner you love them. But when was the last time you really looked up and said, I'm still in love with you?
Yeah.
It's nice to hear. It makes me feel like I'm doing my job right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good day. I mean, it was a good evening. My day was shit yesterday. We recorded a Patreon video yesterday and realized that we spent over an hour on an email that we really shouldn't have read.
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to end up cutting it. So if you got an email yesterday saying that you're going to get an email reading on Monday or by Monday, there's a strong possibility that your email may get cut.
For Patreon specific.
Right.
Yes.
Yep. Got home last night, also fucked around and accidentally uploaded episode 25 and made it go live on the podcast streaming services. Discord caught that this morning and had to delete it.
So how is it knowing you had access to something nobody else should have?
Right. Curious as to what they thought of it because I'm sure people listened to it.
I would like to know.
Yep. You need to move your mic a little bit closer to you or you need to talk a little bit louder because somebody just said you're a little quiet.
Okay. I'm trying to work on volume control.
Somebody said that we are quiet. Well, we're not.
We?
We're not quiet. I'm running at 31 decibels right now. It's not going to get much louder than this unless we yell, but I don't want to have my audio topping out.
Yo, my glasses are dirty. I can't wear these.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to get into the
How are you going to read an email if you don't have your glasses on?
squint?
Okay.
Yep. I'm lazy.
Yeah.
Because I can go and get my glasses cleaner, but that's by the front door in my purse, or I can go get another pair of glasses, and that's across the house in our bathroom.
It's so weird that people are saying that they can hear us perfectly fine and other people are saying they can't hear us at all or that we're too low. All right.
Okay.
Before you get into that, let's talk about that back room because we mentioned in Discord that we have somebody painting the back podcast room right now. That original podcast room, our original room that we did, it originally had the table in it. Then it had our desks. Then it had the big round chairs. Then it had the black chairs. And it went from like that weird purple plum color to like that mauve earth tone, gray, blue, purple color. And it's going black now. That shit is dark.
Dark.
Yep. We have somebody coming out on Monday to price out a 12-foot wide custom whiskey bar that's going to go from wall to wall with a 12-foot butcher block and custom shelving and LED lights, brass accents, the whole nine, so that we can create an after-hours segment area for the podcast so that if we want to have a drink and have a conversation or if we want to interview people, we have a room back there to do that. That's going to give us a very different feel for what we're doing. And it makes sense to do that because since we got this room set up, we like this room so much that we haven't used the other room other than that one time because we forced ourselves to.
Correct. Yep.
So things are moving along. We are in this weird evolution. The podcast has shifted a little bit from episode like 18 to 22. We were in this weird thing. And then from 23 to 25, we've started moving back to like a more peppy, not as aggressive conversation state. We've had 2 people offer to help out with emails.
Yeah.
What were you about to say?
I got a little angsty there.
We both did
Yeah.
because we were answering the same questions over and over again.
It wasn't just that, it's learning how, because we do this at home.
Right.
So it's not like I can sit in the car for 45 minutes before I get home to decompress and get over all the trauma that I just read on an email. I'm walking out of this room and sitting on my couch
Yeah.
and still processing the fact that people live their lives like this.
Yeah. For me, it was more along the lines of there was a lot of shit that we had already addressed over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because people were following us from TikTok and sending emails versus actually listening and watching the pod.
Yeah.
Because a lot of shit gets answered. So I think that if we take on the two other email readers and we let Jennifer do the original scanning and are you breaking stuff over there?
I'm not trying to. Why is it doing that?
Good.
I guess so.
If Jennifer continues to do everything and separating the emails into folders, and then we can let these other two people get in and cherry pick, they can filter what needs to be read and what doesn't. Because like we were saying yesterday when we read that Patreon email, we were an hour and 10 minutes into that email, and there was nothing there. It was literally just backstory for someone.
It wasn't just backstory. It was the backstory as to why something that we said triggered them.
Right. But I moved that to the cherry picked because I didn't want to read the whole thing. I read the first half of it, or the first like 2 paragraphs, and moved it to cherry picked, thinking that there was going to be a lot there that we can get into. And it ended up not being that. And I don't want to read the emails and then reread the emails because it's going to create a bias before we read them.
Right.
I want to have like real-time problem solving versus giving me 3 days to think about something so that when we read the email, I'm like, okay, I'm bored with this because I already know what's going to happen.
Right.
So, all right, let's do the email thing.
Okay. So, first email is, oh God, I have to get back to where I was at. Unprepared. First email is called Navigating My Husband's Depression.
Okay.
I'm just going to get right into it.
Wait. For those of you who are watching on YouTube and actually doing this right now, we are going to read all the super chats after the emails. If you send a super chat for $50 or above, we will interrupt to have the conversation immediately. So if something pops up and you have a thought that you want to have added to what we're doing, please chime in with that super chat and we will make you be heard.
I'm going to go live on TikTok.
You do that.
Sounds like a creaky ship.
Yep.
Okay.
Somebody said, how about a house tour? Somebody else was like, we won't do that. We will absolutely not do that because
no, that's never happening.
We've already had people in one of our rooms that we used to record and be like, hey, you realize that fan's been recalled? And like,
we're good.
yeah, that shit makes me super uncomfortable. You guys don't need to see all that.
Yeah, why the fuck are you zooming in on our van?
Of all the things you could zoom in on.
Right.
Yep.
Makes me uncomfy. Okay. Navigating my husband's depression. I'm just going to get right into it. I was listening to / watching your episode on YouTube when you talked about your trip to the Keys, and I got a little triggered.
Because we didn't like the Keys?
I think it's because of the interaction we had leaving the Keys.
Oh. You mean the one that ended up having a fucking dope-ass 5-hour photography tour through the swamp?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good day.
That was a really good day.
Yep.
Yeah. You sacrificed your comfort for me that day.
Oh, yeah, because I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. You held it for like 3 hours.
I did. It was pretty rough.
And you stopped every time I wanted to take a picture. You didn't rush me.
Yeah, well, I mean, you didn't fucking ruin my,
Yeah.
it was just ebb and flow.
I appreciate you.
We took care of each other that day.
Am I making you nervous?
I didn't drop anything.
No, you didn't.
No, it didn't happen.
Just wondering. What was that for?
Camera's on you.
On me?
Yep. All eyes on you.
Okay. So back into the email. I have been in a somewhat similar situation a couple of times. Let me give you one example. I make the majority of our money for us. I work full time and he's a freelance photographer. I'm sure my husband would love to have a conversation about photography with Chris. He doesn't get enough jobs to support us, so my paychecks are what really pays the bills. I work quite a bit, 6 days a week for most of the year. I think it's also important to mention that I deal with chronic pain and fatigue from a connective tissue disorder.
Can you go back to the part where she said that he doesn't make a whole lot of money? Because I think that's really important because of the amount of people that we know that are trying to become professional photographers.
Right. So I make the majority of the money for us. I work full time and he's a freelance photographer. He doesn't get enough jobs to support us, so my paychecks are what really pays the bills.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only way to really make money as a photographer is to do weddings, do videos.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
All right. So for everybody popping in, oh shit, we got someone from Ireland.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Welcome, Ireland. So for you guys coming into the TikTok live, we are currently live on YouTube and we are doing live email readings and problem solving. I'm not going to be paying very much attention to the chat over here. So if you wanted to join the conversation, pop over to YouTube. 2 be better than number 2. Anything else you wanted to say on that before I keep going?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Absolutely sucks that she has chronic pain and fatigue from a connective tissue disorder.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I feel exhaustion and I'm out for the day. I'm on the couch for the rest of the day. I can't deal with my body feeling exhausted. So, all of that to say, I don't get a whole lot of rest. I also tend to be the one to do more of the household chores and cooking. And I get to take trips. Oh, and I don't get to take trips and do fun things very often. That doesn't make sense to me. How are you the provider for the household? What is he doing with his time?
Not much, apparently, because he's a freelance photographer who doesn't make any money.
So he's a workless.
I wouldn't go that far, because I've done photography for a living. Just because you're not shooting doesn't mean that you're not working.
Yeah.
The cost of weddings is not just you showing up with your gear and taking pictures. They're being charged for the time that goes into the editing process.
Right.
Prints or books if they need to be made, which is more editing, more designing. There's a lot that goes into that. So it is very time consuming. But if he's a freelance photographer and he's not marketing, he's not utilizing social medias the way that he should be. He's not out trying to get land jobs. There is a very real possibility that he's spending more time as a hobby photographer than he is actually working. Yeah. And you know just as well as I do, sometimes the hobby photography shit gets put on the back burner and we sit on the couch and watch TV. So
because she said that he doesn't get enough jobs to support us, I don't know the time frame for editing photos and getting things to client for a wedding, for example. So I'm just going to say 3 weeks to get everything done, right?
It depends, yeah.
So say he books a job, takes 3 weeks, and he doesn't have anything going on for 2 weeks, he should be cleaning the house.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not the case though.
If he doesn't have a job after that wedding.
Oh, you mean he's done?
And he's done.
I agree.
And he's not doing anything and he's not marketing. He's just waiting for something else to fall in his lap. He needs to be maintaining the household.
I agree. I also think that he could actually be doing that shit anyways.
Sit down and edit for 3 hours, stop and go clean something.
Right. Unless you're like super backlogged. Like if you've got like 7 jobs waiting, that's a different scenario, but he doesn't have work like that. So.
Right. So when I actually get a chance to do something fun, I really look forward to it. By the way, I'd like to mention that my husband does get to do things he enjoys a few nights a week while I'm at home. I know that there's a little jealousy on my part that he gets to do all of these fun things while I don't, and I'm not really sure how to navigate that either.
I have questions.
Right, so she goes to work 6 days a week. She comes home, takes care of the household, and he's just out doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, sounds like there's no intimacy in this relationship and that they are...
Sounds like roommates.
Yeah, they're just comfortable living the way that they're living.
Anyways, back to the main topic. We decided to take a trip to the snow in January because we don't live where it snows. I was so excited because I love playing in the snow with my husband. We did it the year before too, and we had such a great time. This time, though, he was in a bad mood. He deals with depression and suicidal thoughts, and I hate that he has to deal with it. He usually shuts me out and is just in a bad mood for a few days at a time, but it also affects my mood. I've always been a very emotional and sensitive person, so I feel his moods very deeply. Okay, so there is absolutely nothing you can do if someone's going through a depressive episode. The only thing you can do is not jump on that roller coaster with them.
Right.
You have to be able to separate yourself and feel empathetic in the sense of, I understand that you're going through it. I'm not going to overload you, overstimulate you, bring you problems that aren't necessary. And I'm going to let you deal with your shit.
Yep.
And I'm going to do everything I can to not make your life hard right now. And there's a cute little heart on my head again. I like that one. Were you going to say something?
I'm overstimulated with the chats.
Okay.
I keep looking over, and I know that you got your phone going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to focus on everything at once. So I wasn't going to say anything. I just was going to read a chat and realize that we're not doing that today. We're emailing today.
So she said, I feel his moods very deeply. That is, I don't know if codependency is the correct term. That comes off very much of, I'm only okay when you're okay.
That doesn't mean it's a codependency thing. I mean,
I don't think codependency is the correct term. That's why I said that.
Right.
That's the kind of error it gives me, though. If you can't be okay when your partner's going through it, that's a problem.
I call that compassion. When you're going through something, it affects me.
Right.
I don't want you to be having a bad day. When you're depressed or you're hurting for whatever the reason is, it does affect me. There's nothing I can do about that.
Right.
Because I want to fix whatever's happening. I don't want you to feel that way. I'm not codependent. I'm in love and compassionate to you. Other people, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Walk away from them.
What I'm saying is the issue comes in if you can't say something pissed you off about editing and you're in a bad mood for 5 hours. Me being in a bad mood with you and just going, fuck this day.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Right. I agree with that.
So it is okay to be empathetic with your partner and say, I understand what you're going through. If they want to start setting shit on fire and you're like, yeah, okay, fuck this day. Let's go set Wendy's on fire.
Come on, Pookie, let's burn this motherfucker down.
That's too much. Oh, man. It's too much.
Just thinking about them little White Castle burgers.
It's a very difficult thing to do to be able to separate yourself from your partner's moods when they're going through it like that. Being able to differentiate yourself from that person, because when you're married and you're in a long-term relationship, you're one person at that point.
Yep.
You have to recognize that you are still two separate cognitive minds. And when one of you is going through it, one of you still has to man the ship.
Yeah.
So that's a good way to put that. You are two people on the same ship. Oh my God, are we Pirates of the Caribbean right now?
That's funny.
You're two people on the same ship. And if both of you are losing your fucking minds and you're trying to pull the sails and you're pulling the anchor up and no one's steering the ship,
yeah.
When you're in the middle of the scene, you don't have to worry about the fucking anchor right now. You're going to crash. And the whole ship's going to be on fire in the middle of the ocean. You're not going to understand how fire can live on an ocean and you're drowning.
Or how you crashed in the middle of the ocean.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck did we hit? How is the front half of our ship gone? There is nothing out here.
Aliens.
That's how that is, though. When you're in an emotional mindset and you're really going through it and something happens, you have no idea how it happened because you were so focused on your inside world.
Yeah.
That was really fucking smart.
You just pat yourself on the back over there, babe.
That was 100% not planned. I've never thought about that. And I think that was good. I'm going to make myself some goat cheese dip later.
Give yourself an Attagirl.
Yeah. Eat my homemade bread with it.
That's funny.
I'm so excited. I made a little oil dip the other day with herbs in it. So good. Dip that bread in it. I sat outside and listened to the birds and the winds and the trees.
We just got a new patron that paid for the year in advance.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, love that.
All right, for all the new people popping into TikTok, just a heads up, I love that little fucking heart with the crown. Oh, it has two little buck teeth. That's adorable. Those of you popping in new to TikTok, we are now live on YouTube. I am not looking at the chat over here, so if you guys want to be part of the conversation, hop over to our YouTube channel, the number 2, Be Better. Thank you guys for joining in.
And back to the email.
I'm parched. I'm doing a lot of talking. You're the pretty face today.
I'm not even on camera.
No, it's just me.
It's been on you for the last, I don't know,
Oh.
5 or 6 minutes.
All right, everybody. Do the thing. Every time you leave the room, we take a hit break.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Somebody said that they wanted a compilation of me taking hits. I don't know why.
I don't either.
But I mean, if you want to see it, I can start getting like, I don't know, like a dab pen or something, and really take a hit and like cough my lungs out, and we can make a compilation out of that of me crying and dying.
Well, there's going to be compilations of you crying anyways. I'm pretty sure AJ's working on that at some point, or was working on that at some point.
I love that. I'm in full support of that. I want to have my crying Kim Kardashian moment.
Yeah.
Where people are like making phone cases and shit out of it.
People are coming through from TikTok.
I love that. Okay. Does anybody remember where we were at? I'm kidding.
Okay.
It's a stupid mom joke. Like whenever we leave the store, like I'm with the kids, I'm like, all right, who has the car keys?
No.
And they pat their pockets and they're like, we don't. I'm like, what do you mean you don't? You locked the car. And they're like, Mommy. I can tell you're not entertained.
You're doing your thing over there. I'm just letting you.
Yeah.
This is the Peaches show.
All right. So she feels his moods deeply, which is a good thing in a relationship. Having compassion is important. It is also important to be able to separate yourself from their moods as to not put a crack in the foundation, because two irritated people conversing is
Right.
not it. So on this trip, he made it very difficult to enjoy myself. I was mad that he ruined something that was supposed to be fun for me, since I don't get to do that for myself very often. He never asked to leave, and I don't even know if he wanted to or not. He's told me many times that there's no point in telling me about how he's feeling because there's nothing I can do about it.
I disagree with that.
Right. I feel like that's a more telling statement of every time I do come to you, it doesn't matter.
Right. Well, I also understand that there is nothing you can do about it.
Right.
But I think that I go through this. I deal with the depression thing, and I deal with it a lot. But when I'm going through it, I look at you and I'm like, babe, I'm fucking going through it right now.
Yeah.
I want you to know, like, I'm off. It's not something you did. We're not at odds. I just fucking woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Someone shit my Cheerios, and now I'm fucking depressed because of it. And I have to go through it. You know, I have to make the decision to start taking steps to pull myself out of the depression, like I did yesterday, because I had a really shitty morning yesterday.
Yeah.
It took me about 3 hours to pull myself out of a darkness into like a normal good day, and we had a fucking dope ass night because of it.
Do you think part of you being able to do that is because I gave you space to do it?
You definitely did not give me shit for being depressed, and I definitely think that helps, because when people are going through that, you being a thorn under their flesh can be a problem.
Yeah.
But we both deal with depression, so we know that there's nothing that we can do about it. We can just, if you need anything, let me know. We'll go watch TV.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be stuck up your ass all day trying to figure out what the problem is, because sometimes it's not really just a problem; it's just your mental.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add to that? Okay. So there's a few more sentences, and then I want to touch back on something.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
So he says that there's nothing I can do about it. I don't agree with that, but I can't make him actually talk to me about it. So most of the time, I just try to still enjoy myself and let him go through his depression episodes. But it's really hard with being so sensitive to his moods. So just a little idea. Do you think people who are super attuned to emotions and behaviors and thoughts of the people closest to them is something that they had to adapt in childhood to be aware of who is a threat in the room? Like emotionally, who's a threat? Like who's going to lash out? Who's going to try to attack me verbally?
I mean, it could be a trauma response. Some people are just more empathetic to people's emotions. I think that the deeper you care about somebody, the better that thing is. I know that, like, you had this whole thing about both of you being on the ship and going through all that shit.
Yeah.
I think that my compassion and empathy towards you when you're going through things is a good thing
Right.
because I'm able to read you the moment you're starting to get off. I know you're off, and I can adjust my actions accordingly to not go down that rabbit hole. But it's an alert system for me, like you were just saying. So
Right.
if I didn't have that compassion for you or that empathy, and you were starting to get off, and I was oblivious, and I tried to make a little jokey joke, and it was the wrong fucking time to make that joke, it's going to create a whole lot of problems for us.
Right.
This comes down to what we had posted on TikTok the other day about me being very aware of your body language and what's going on with you. I am hyper aware of that shit because you matter so much to me. If I didn't have that compassion and empathy towards you, I would be oblivious.
Right.
So I think I think that there is definitely a benefit to having that, but it also comes down to having the knowledge to not jump on that roller coaster when you're going through it.
Yeah.
As for it being something from childhood, it could be. I mean, I think that everybody's got a different reason to have that empathy. Some people are naturally that person. Some people are overly compassionate. Some people aren't.
Yeah.
I would hope that that's not a trauma response.
I think that is definitely a trauma response.
Yeah.
It is 100% a trauma response. I've had to work through that. There were times when we first got together that you would be going through whatever you're going through, and I would have to force myself to not bug you about what's going on.
Right.
Because when you're off, that's a threat to me.
Even when I tell you that it's not you?
Well, okay, so me saying you being off is a threat is not you specific. Anybody in my vicinity whose energy is off and they're going through it or they're angry or they're frustrated, that person's a threat to me. And that is something that I learned in my childhood, that I had to be hyper attuned to everybody in the room, and the person who is the most negative, most aggressive, they're going to be the one that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he gets into a depressive mood, if he lashes out or gets angry or is very short-tempered, I can see how being hyper attuned and being so sensitive to his moods can really fuck up what's going on in the relationship in that moment. Because not only is she trying to make sure he's okay, she's trying to make sure she's not like she's walking on eggshells.
Yeah. I think you and I view those things very differently.
It's a cognitive bias.
It is. It really is, because when I see you going through that, I don't see that as a threat. I don't see people who are being loud and aggressive as a threat either.
Right.
I just don't, because I know the ones a dog can't bark and bite at the same time. It just doesn't work that way. So people who are being loud and boisterous and aggressive like that verbally usually are very docile creatures that are just peacocking. So
Right.
we're just marking that.
Somebody
give you a
sent the
cowboy
heart
hat?
thing.
Oh.
No, it was a little heart thing with the crown. No, I think somebody can yell and still be a threat. I've had somebody screaming at me and they threw metal at my face.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
People are fucked up.
yeah. You kept making a point to say that you don't think compassion is a bad thing in a relationship, and I want to specify that I am not disagreeing with you on that.
Okay.
You kept making a point to say that, so.
Well, no, I made that point earlier, and you made a point based totally different from what I had said.
Right, because I'm trying to not make you, but help you understand what I'm trying to say.
Right. But we have a different cognitive bias. So I listened to what you had to say, and then I made my point so that you could understand the way I was seeing it, so that we have that understanding.
Okay. Is it wrong of me to be mad that his moods ruin things for me? I know it's a little selfish, but I give a lot of myself to support us and be there for him. How do I be his peace when he doesn't let me in? How can you be his peace when you guys really don't even have a solid relationship? If you're working 6 days a week and you're coming home and cleaning, like, when do you guys have any intimate time?
I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
Wrong button. I keep forgetting to change my camera back. And this one shows what's actually happened, and then this one shows what they're seeing. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think that I don't believe that they have a proper relationship. I believe that they're together, they have what they have, but the relationship between the two of them is fucked up somehow.
Yeah.
You get a lot of that because he's not staying home. He's going out and having time by himself to do shit while she's stressing over finances, and old boy's just kind of living his best life, and she's struggling with everything.
Sounds like he's very carefree.
Yeah. what it sounds like to me too.
And
Minus his mental illness, but
because if she has everything held down, why would he have to worry about
right,
it?
he doesn't have to stress.
So why would you want to be his piece when he doesn't care about being yours?
Right. The question, to answer that question though, even without the backstory, just knowing that she gets on the roller coaster with him and is trying till she wants to help. So she's trying to be his piece, even though he won't let her in, because that's what she asked. You don't need to be let in to be the piece.
Right.
Perfect example of that is with us yesterday when I was having my depressive moment. You didn't give me any shit. You weren't pestering me. You weren't giving me hundreds of questions. We were literally just, you're like, okay, I can tell you're going through it. And I was like, I don't want to record. I'm going to go sit on the couch for a little bit. And I sat down for like, I don't know, 45 minutes, came back and I was like, all right, I'm ready. Let's go. I just needed that little bit of time. But that's a good example of you being my piece and you didn't have to do shit. You literally just had to not get emotional with me. I mean, can it be any easier than that?
Yeah, I literally just had to leave you alone.
Yeah, you were like, okay, I'm going to sit in here and read for Thursday Nights Live. I'm like, dope.
Yeah.
And I literally went out on the couch, didn't turn the TV on, looked at my phone for about 15 minutes, and then just sat there in silence, staring at the wall, giving myself, you're not a pussy. Get out of this shit. Let's go.
Right.
Gave myself a little pep talk.
You pulling yourself out of your depression's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put me in, coach.
He also lets his depression episodes totally get in the way of our intimacy. We were connecting so well last week, and then all of a sudden he came home in a mood a few days ago, and he stopped touching me and looking at me when I talked to him. I don't think that's him saying fuck you. I think that's him trying not to off himself.
Could be.
Like he's so focused on being alive that he's not recognizing that he could be neglecting you this way.
Could be.
That's a conversation that needs to be had.
Yeah.
That's a conversation that we had.
It is.
Because when you are really going through it, you're focused on surviving. You're not thinking about being lovey-dovey and flirty and touching me, and I'm here. So when you're going through it, I understand you're going through it and that you still love me. And you know that if you need 3 to 5 days to get over whatever you're going through, I'm not going to start looking elsewhere.
Right. That also comes down to us having predetermined conversations about all this shit. But here's something that I would like to point out. Every single time that either one of us have ever gone through that, once we come out the other side of it, there's always a lot of love afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I went through that. I love you. Thank you for being patient with me. Like we show gratitude for that. And I think it makes us closer. I don't think that like those 3 or 4 days I mean, granted, it hasn't happened much. It really hasn't. I don't feel like that has been a detriment to us. It sucks when we're going through it. Of course it does. But in the grand scheme of things, it's such a short amount of time compared to the rest of our lives together.
Right.
And the after effects of that brings us closer together, because in my time of extreme focus of just existing, you didn't fucking make my life hell. You know what I mean? Like I'm grateful that you were there to just ease what little bit of shit that you could. So
I got hurt yesterday because I walked in the door after work and he didn't even look up from his phone to say hi. I do want to mention that when he's not in a depressive episode, things are great. He touches me all the time, we talk, we have regular sex, and we both feel so loved. I just don't know how to not feel rejected when he's in a mood. It really hurts my feelings, and I don't know how to navigate being there for him while he's depressed and dealing with the feelings and being rejected at the same time.
Does that sound like a lack of understanding to you?
It does. So after reading the sentence where she said that she walked in the door and he didn't even look up from his phone to say hi, when he's not in a depressive episode and everything is dope, those are the moments where you need to go out of your way and say, hey, babe, how was your day?
Right.
You know he's going through it. You know he's really struggling right now. This is one of those moments where it's 80-20. You're going to have to step up a little bit. And you're going to have to hold up his ends of things and let him know, like, I see you, I still love you, and I will be here when you're done going through what you're going through.
Yeah. Be that support system.
Yeah.
I'm going to plug the Choice Theory book. If you guys have not read that book yet, it's not in here, is it? Anyways, there's a book on our book list called Choice Theory. I need to actually add that to our chat commands. That book goes a lot into depression being a decision. It's a choice. The things that you do to get out of that depression is a choice. Like if you stay in a depressive state, you're making the decision to do so because it's easier to choose to depress than it is to work through your shit.
Correct.
That book is a fucking game changer for me. Bless you. One more. Let's go. Get it.
You announced it,
I know.
and he wasn't ready.
Your
He got nervous.
sneezes are a him.
I guess so, yeah. I'm imagining this like the red carpet, like you announced the first one and she showed up and she was all elegant. And then the second one came and he was like, yeah, I'm here on time. And then you said the third one, he got spooked and went back in the car.
Camera shy.
Yeah.
My hair's not done. Close the door.
So, I mean, we'll see if he comes around.
Yeah. Do you how in that situation after the depressive state has ended, do you have the conversation about, hey, I came in the other day and I know that you were really going through it, but you didn't even look at me when I came through the door. It made me feel kind of shitty. I know that you're going through a depressive state. The next time that happens, can you at least acknowledge me? Just acknowledge my existence. Like, I know that it's hard. I'm going through it with you because you're going through it. Can you just try to make a little bit of an effort?
Mm-hmm.
Because if he's not in a depressive state, he might listen.
Yeah.
And if he does make the decision in the moment while he's depressive to be like, hey, you know, how was work? You are taking steps to actively change that behavior because he has to then make the decision in the moment to look up from his phone and speak to you versus choosing to depress and just be miserable.
And it has to be done when he is in a non-depressive episode.
Right.
Talking to him when he's depressed has already shown you that nothing sticks. He has that I don't care attitude. He's not looking up from his phone to acknowledge you. He's going through it.
Right.
So when times are good, that's when you visit conversations and talk through things and make a game plan.
Yep. It's also a good time to implement the check-ins.
Doink. Any final thoughts?
Nope.
Okay. You want to go on to the next one?
Was that the end of that email?
Yeah, that was it.
Yep. Do another one.
Do we have any super chats or anything to read?
Not yet. We'll do
Okay.
them afterwards.
Okay. This one is titled Reality Check Time for Me, Probably. Hey, y'all. Greetings from a fellow Gulf Coastian. I just made that up, but you get it, right?
Yep.
Yes. First off, sorry in advance for this long ass email. You've said before that you'd rather people give you more information than less, so here I am. Second, I've just recently started listening to y'all's podcasts and videos, and I fucking love that shit and thought, why not see if they'll have better advice for me?
Okay.
And then third, I am down for y'all to read my story on camera. I'm better at watching someone explain than trying to gauge words on a page.
Me too.
Fantastic, because we always read these emails unless specified to not read it.
Yeah, then it gets put in a rejected folder.
Then it is moved, correct?
Yeah, because you're not paying us to do this.
Yeah.
We get paid for views and advertisings and things like that. So if you're not paying us for our time, why would we sit down and read, your 4-page email, take the time to respond to you instead of doing it on the thing where we benefit from it? So, it's a scratch our back, we'll scratch yours kind of thing.
Correct. I can start a few years ago to help with the context. It's so crazy to me getting into these emails because I'm literally about to have a window into a whole nother person's reality on this planet. And it's a lot.
I think what's wild to me is that we actually get to see the way that they perceive the world.
Oh, yeah.
Because people, when they send these emails, they're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
And like, though it may be very one-sided towards their, towards or for their partner or for themselves for that matter, we can, the way that they word things matter, and we're able to pick it apart and be like, okay, we can really see what's going on here.
Oh, yeah.
You're the problem.
I still want that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the one after the Ego Kills Talent shirt. Ego Kills Talent shirt.
Matcha's so good. Okay. My husband and I have been together for almost 9 years now, married for almost 3. We got married mid-pandemic in 2020. Was it like planned? Were you guys already set for 2020?
The pandemic, yeah, it was planned.
Shut up. I meant the wedding.
Oh.
I wonder how many people got married just to get married because they hadn't had any people interaction for 4 months.
We have actually gotten a lot of emails. Jennifer has asked us to do a COVID conversation because of the amount of people who moved in, like really got serious, got pregnant, and did all that shit during the pandemic.
And now they're like, what the fuck did I do?
Yeah. Yep.
You made poor choices. We never lived together until we got married and are each other's first and only relationships that we've had. We also waited until we were married to have sex.
I can respect that.
That's good. You guys didn't have the rose-tinted glasses. We've been together through a lot, me suffering with an eating disorder, doing long distance, me unknowingly suffering from depression and anxiety, and navigating the treacherous thing that is adulthood. Around 3 to 6 months after our wedding, I found myself unable to hide my sadness any longer. I broke down in front of him explaining how I was feeling and that I felt like I needed to go to therapy. I'm so glad that you don't hide your feelings from me. What?
I just was taking you off camera because I thought we were about to have a back and forth.
Oh.
I'm trying to captain the ship over
yeah.
here. It's a lot.
You really should not hide sadness, depression, anxiety. Don't hide those things from somebody who you are going to be involved with romantically.
Right. Shouldn't be marrying people if you have mental illnesses and don't disclose them.
Correct.
Right.
Oh my God. I couldn't imagine. This is not said in the email at all. This is a scenario fabricated in my mind. Her saying that I wasn't able to hide my sadness any longer and I broke down in front of him explaining how she was feeling. Scene, dinner table, candles lit, cook a good dinner. He's sitting there talking about his day, having a good time. She's sitting on her side of the table, fucking breaking down on the inside, not paying attention to a word he is saying. She is just sobbing on the inside, and then she looks at him and just starts crying at the table. Just ugly sobbing because she has hidden all of this from him, thinks that he might not understand, or she's going to be a burden to him. So she's having a complete total mental breakdown that could have been built up for weeks, months, pretending everything's okay, and he's sitting at the end of the table going, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Was it something I said? Was it something I did? All I did was tell her about what happened at the meeting today and then what I had for lunch. Did I forget something? And now all of a sudden he's thrust into something that you've been going through, let's say 3 weeks. Something like that can drive a massive wedge between you two. It could bring you closer if the dude is super understanding or the chick is super understanding and they want to lend that helpful here. Like they're kind of attuned and they know what's going on with you and they could tell something was off. If you were hiding it really well and they had no clue what was going on, they could turn that into you were hiding things from me. It definitely is not you being intimate with them.
Right.
Part of intimacy is showing that ugly side and saying, this is something that I struggle with. And sometimes I'm just going to need a day or two.
Right. It's also part of the foundation building.
Yeah.
These conversations should be had during the initial dating phases, like when you're shifting from courting to dating. You don't want to not disclose that shit because if things get serious and you've hid something, when you start to get serious, you're putting that person in a position where they now have no choice but to have the feelings they have for you, knowing that you could be seriously fucked up and them not know it. You need to disclose that shit.
Yeah.
And if you've disclosed it previously and you start not feeling okay, you just have the conversation like, hey, I'm having an off day. And if tomorrow's worse, you tell them like today's worse than yesterday. I don't understand why that's so difficult for people.
And if you guys don't understand the premise of that, of not disclosing your mental illnesses, I would say that's on the same level of fucking somebody and not telling them you have AIDS.
Wow.
If I fall in love with somebody and then they hit me with, oh yeah, I have stage 2 cancer.
Yeah.
And there's a possibility you're going to have to be my caretaker. I can't leave. Now it looks like I'm leaving you because you have cancer.
Right.
When in reality, you just pulled the wool over my eyes. You knew that this was going to be a possibility of me having to be a caretaker in 5 years. And I'm sitting here planning our trip to Europe.
Yeah.
That's life-altering shit. And that's massive commitments.
Yeah.
And that's something, like I said, somebody can't just back out of because you hid in the fact that they could be a caretaker and that you have cancer. It's a really shitty situation to put somebody into.
I agree. I agree.
I have a very extreme view of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable.
I don't think that it's extreme.
No?
I think the example was a little extreme, but I agree.
Well,
Like,
I want to drive my point home.
right.
So,
So it's intentional.
yeah.
Then fuck it.
Dope. As long as we understood. Okay. As the months went by, weekly therapy and then introducing medication, thank God I started to love myself. My whole life I have hated myself, constantly berating myself, thinking I was the most disgusting person, and having the worst self-esteem you could imagine. So this feeling of self-love radically changed my life. My husband didn't like that. What?
Do you? I'm gonna reserve my thoughts until this passes.
I think I'm going to say my thought.
Okay.
Do you think somebody who would get upset at somebody improving themselves is upset because they are recognizing that, like, they're kind of above my pay grade?
I mean, that absolutely could be a thing. Can you read what she did to improve herself again?
She started going to therapy and being on medication,
Okay.
and that helped her. The little heart they send with the crown, it has buck teeth. And it reminds me of me. It just makes me happy. She got on medication and it just made her love herself again.
Okay.
She was a happy person.
Right. So what are the meds?
It does not say.
Right. And that's why I'm reserving my thought, because I have been given meds that I could sit in a room while it was on fire and be totally okay with it.
Okay.
Certain meds can change your personality drastically.
That's horrifying.
So for him to not be okay with the way she's acting now, maybe she's not who she was, and maybe her entire personality has changed.
Yeah.
We don't know that because it's not what she said. She said she's happy now. And, you know, if I'm fucking taking high doses of Ativan, I'm fucking happy too. I don't give a shit about anything at all.
I'd rather deal with my mental illnesses than mask who I am as a character.
That's all that is. Drugs they're literally just a mask. I truly believe that those kind of meds are supposed to be designed to get you to feel okay enough to process your shit in therapy.
It's supposed to get you out of the trenches enough that you're able to breathe and get your shit together.
Yeah.
It's not a flotation device. It is like a little stepping stone. Get out of the water for a moment. He was upset that the girl he's known for 6 years was now someone different. I can 100% understand why he would be upset, but the way he reacted to it all hurt me. He would make these little comments about my body. I had gained some weight, but not a ton, and I would get extremely upset. I had been talking shit to myself for so many years, I didn't want to hear it from him. So instead of saying, babe, I love that you're finally happy in life, he's picking apart her body.
Is that really what happened?
I mean, that's what she said.
She said that he makes little comments here and there.
Right.
If you put on 20 pounds and I noticed it, would you not want me to tell you?
You
Because
have told me.
I'd want to fucking know.
Right.
Right. We've had those discussions.
Yeah.
So was he just trying to be like, hey, babe, I noticed you put on a little bit of weight. We can get this under control now, or we can wait until it's really fucking out of control and then we can struggle with our weight. Or we can start dieting now while we're only 10 or 15 pounds. We don't know.
Right.
Was he like, you fat bitch? Because it's a different conversation.
Yeah.
We don't know what's being said. We know her perspective on it and the way that she chose to react to the situation by the way it made her feel. But we don't know what was said. We don't know how it was said. These things matter to me.
They do matter.
These are the details that we want. When we tell you guys to send us as much details as possible, I don't want your fucking life story. I don't need to know what happened when you were 3 to understand what's going on with your partner. I don't need the details of SA or child abuse. You can just say you experienced child abuse. That's all I need to know. You have childhood trauma. Dope. Next. But when you're giving us specific situations that is going on in your relationship,
what did he say to pick you apart?
I need the information there. Because that shit matters.
My glasses are filthy and I feel like my whole life is falling apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. They're filthy.
I have another complaint. I think that it is absolutely disgusting that this is the vessel I was giving and my optical lenses don't work properly. I want a refund or a newer model. Cyborg me. You know how much it sucks? I can't lay comfortably with glasses on. So when we're cuddling at night and my head's on your chest, I'm not watching the TV. I can't see it.
That explains
So-
why you fall asleep in 5 minutes every time.
I'm literally just lying there listening to your heartbeat and like thinking about that Eminem song. Sometimes I'll think about the day. I'll look at like the TV light shining on your chest hair. Imagine it's a little enchanted forest. Yeah. This is what you want for the rest of your life?
I already signed that contract. I've made that abundantly clear.
Yeah, you did. There's no refund option on this. I just want you to know that.
Okay.
About 8 to 9 months after I started therapy, my personality finally leveled out and there were no more drastic changes, but I was still different from the before me. His commenting and my anger continued for months. After some really difficult conversations where I felt unheard and unloved, I asked that we go to couples therapy. It was okay for a few weeks, but we were only talking about surface level shit, so we were getting nowhere. Then I started bringing it up. How we felt like roommates, we were both unhappy. Did he even love me anymore? Did he want to know the now me, that it felt like he didn't care anymore? During these sessions, my heart was aching and I felt exposed and broken. Well, eventually I could tell that he was trying to be more attentive. I could see him trying to understand, but no matter the progress we made, my physical appearance would always come up and become an issue again. He had implied multiple times that he wanted me to be skinnier. He wanted me to have long hair, no piercings, and no tattoos. And that he was an appearance guy.
So he's superficial. I was actually really wanted to have like a conversation about the meds and like the way that it affects the brain.
Right.
And like how he's okay to feel the way he feels because he fell in love with somebody who was mentally not okay, got on drugs, and their entire personality changed. It'd be like fucking dating a pod person. You're not the same person as you were.
A pod person?
Body Snatchers? Invasion of the Body Snatchers? No? Okay, I'm old, so pod people. Okay, anyways.
Is this like
It's
a
movie.
host thing?
It's a movie, yes. Yes.
Where the body gets taken over and there are different...
Yeah.
Okay. Alien stuff.
Yes. So he goes from having this woman that he's in love with who acts the way she wants him to act, or who acts the way that he is accustomed to her acting, gets on drugs, her personality changes. He's supposed to accept that. If he's in love with the person she was and she becomes a different person, and he doesn't want to accept that because he doesn't love who she's become,
Right.
is it not okay to be like, hey, I fucking matter here just as much as you do. I'm really glad that your mental health isn't in check and you're happy now, but this isn't working for me. You're
Right.
not the person I fell in love with anymore. And like our relationship is not the same because society tells you that she's on meds now. You're supposed to just fucking ride that all the way
Train,
through.
Yeah.
Why doesn't his feelings in all of this matter? Now, everything else that you said after that, him being superficial about her body, the shit talking about her hair and her weight, no piercings or tattoos because he's an appearance guy. That's, obviously that kind of destroyed that whole narrative, but that narrative still matters.
It does.
There's
That
a
narrative
conversation that
definitely
needs to
matters.
happen, and people need to understand that when people change, it's okay to be like, hey, you're not the person I fell in love with. We've grown apart. This is one of those scenarios where like you're way the fuck over here now, I'm way over here. We're not meshing anymore.
Right.
We either need to try to get back on that same page or we're gonna have to split because this isn't what I want. And if you're married, that's a different conversation. But when you're just dating somebody, I don't know.
I was just looking for my phone in a panic.
Yeah.
And I was like, the Instacart. Okay. Anything else you would like to say?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Going back to your camera.
All right. But I love piercings, have several, and he has known that since we met. I love cutting my hair and changing it up all the time, and he's known that since we've met. And I fucking love tattoos, and he's known that since we've met.
It's all superficial.
I have 2, which I told him I was getting. I didn't ask. This was during my big self-love shift and I want many more, and he knows that.
Does that sound like a love shift? Wait a minute. She didn't have any tattoos.
Right.
During her medicative state, she decided she was going to got some, told him, didn't ask him.
Right.
There was no discussion about how he felt about it. She just did the shit.
Could that be like a manic thing?
Yes, it could. Yes, it fucking
So
could.
are you saying the drugs that we are putting into our body can chemically alter our brains and put us into a manic episode to make us feel better?
Yeah, it can do a lot of things.
Hmm.
Yeah. And when you're on multiple drugs, though we have a general idea of how it's going to react in people,
Right.
it's a general idea. We don't know
Yeah.
how it's going to react in every single person. We don't know how the drugs are going to interact with your chemical genetic makeup. Like, it's different from people to people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they call it practicing medicine.
Right.
It's a fucking guess.
One of the things that really gets me is people who start dating and one of them overlooks piercings or dyed hair or short hair, whatever, because they're attracted to the personality. Once they get deep into that relationship and that sense of ownership comes in, that's when they think they can start dictating, well, I've never really liked piercings, and now that you and I are a pretty serious thing, I want you to take them out.
I don't the physical attraction is what's going to get two people to talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's nature.
Right.
There was not a physical attraction there. There's no reason to get to know somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Getting to know somebody on an emotional level and like learning who they are, I think, is the important thing in all of that. You can be a mediocre person with a phenomenal attitude and catch somebody that's way above you in terms of physical appearance based off of your personality.
Mm-hmm.
But that personality has to be learned. I really believe that the look thing is superficial. There are things that I'm not okay with. Like, if you were to shave your head, I would have a huge problem with that. The only one of us can be bald. There can be only one. Like, I'm not trying to compete that with you.
Right.
And like, you've talked about getting other piercings and shit. And like, though the piercings don't bother me, I like your face.
Mm.
And I want things to be symmetrical. So if you do shit, it's got to be done in pairs because I don't want to see like the weird. And I'm also worried about scars and things like that. But I'm not going to tell you no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be like, I'm not going to like that. And then you have a decision to make. But we have discussions about this shit. It's never just I'm going to go do this, bye.
Right.
Because there's a respect level there. And you're not making decisions out of fucking a manic episode.
Mm-hmm. Which is something I'm prone to do.
You haven't. You have not done that at all since we've been together. Not
no,
once.
I haven't. Yeah. I was very much so growing up, we did retail therapy. So anytime something made us sad or anytime something went wrong or the day went bad, we would go spend money to feel better.
Right.
So when I came into adulthood, that was one of my only coping mechanisms to deal with my emotion was to go spend money. And one day I went and I blew like $800 somewhere. After I spent that money, it dawned on me I have to pay my rent in 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that manic episode of I'm going to feel better, I'm going to go shopping, I'm going to treat myself.
You learned a life lesson.
I learned a hard fucking life lesson. Yeah.
Right. So the next time you went into a manic episode, you had choices to make.
I read a book.
Right.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I constantly was getting stuck on the fact that he seemingly only cared about what I looked like, but not was inside. Things would be going fine. I could see him caring about me, but as soon as I would bring up one of those 4 things, he would switch and make it seem like what I look like is all that matters. Bring up what 4 things? What, piercing, hair, tattoos?
Body weight.
And the weight? Okay. Then after the conversation, he'd go back to treating me fine.
So is it that he wasn't treating you right? Was he actually treating you bad? Or was he just telling you things that he doesn't like because you guys are having a discussion? not everything that is said is an attack. Sometimes you need to be able to communicate with your person about the things that make you happy or don't make you happy. Why is that an issue?
Yeah, if you came to me and said that you wanted to, I don't know, have something Star Wars tattooed on your right facial cheek, I would not be like, okay, babe, whatever makes you happy.
Right.
I'd be like, let's have a little conversation about that. It's not that I hate the idea. It's your face.
Right.
And I'm down for you to do whatever you want. If we can get it somewhere else, or maybe we can put it on your calf. You can still get the tattoo. I don't hate the tattoo. It's not that I hate you. I don't hate your ideas.
Right. But those conversations have to happen.
Right.
It's healthy.
And it's not about an animosity towards the person. That's my point.
I wish we could be a fly on the wall when people are actually having these conversations, because I'm willing to bet that some of this is that she's getting emotionally reactive to the things that are being said versus actually listening. And she's making everything about her versus understanding. Don't get me wrong. I also feel like the guy's a douchebag.
Oh, yeah.
And I need to say that because I don't know, the controlling the looks thing bothers me. It's a me thing.
So I agree. The controlling the looks when it comes to everything that she said is a problem for me as well. I just happened to look up into the TikTok chat and somebody said, or being overweight, you want your partner healthy. So bringing it up in that way is not so... And it continued onward to something else.
Right, which makes sense.
Right. So if he's bringing it up in a way of, I notice you put on some weight, I'm kind of putting on some weight. Let's go work out. If you're already insecure about your weight and then your partner comes to you in a polite manner and says, we need to start working out a little bit.
You're still going to get bothered by it.
And your feelings get hurt, that's a you problem. He wasn't being shitty.
Right.
That is, you need to recognize that you might be kind of overweight. And if you feel bad about it, do something about it.
Yep.
That's how I'm feeling right now. Oh, I've put on like 20 pounds.
I have no idea what I weigh right now. I haven't stepped on a scale in over a month.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. My pants, everything still fits the same. So just got a little bit of a belly now.
Yeah. Yeah. I was constantly stuck on the fact that inside things were going fine. When I would change something about the way I looked, he would bring up the Bible and basically that I shouldn't do things that he doesn't like because men are over women. And he would say that he wanted a traditional marriage, but I wasn't a fucking doormat. So he's delusional. A traditional marriage is not a man being over a woman. It is not a woman being the doormat to her husband. That gave me the ick.
You know that men who are capable leaders and lead by faith and actually live that life don't have to throw that in their woman's face.
No, they really don't. That's another example of somebody else using the Bible to manipulate.
Right. Well, yeah, there's a whole lot more than that. But yes, that's you want a traditional marriage. You need to be capable of being that guy. And if you can't do it in every facet, don't ask for it.
Right. I need to take a break from that. It's a lot of white. So I'm just going to pop into the YouTube and see what's going on over there. 249. That's crazy. You look good on camera.
Somebody said I agreed the Bible is used to manipulate. The Bible's people are manipulators. The church is ran by people. Your relationship with God has nothing to do with the manipulation used by other people to other people. It's supposed to be a relationship. So if you're anti-religion and anti-Bible because other people have been manipulated by it, you miss the entire fucking point of religion.
Right.
People are shitty. They're fucking scumbags. They do horrible things all over the world, regardless of religion, because we are flawed fucking creatures.
Right.
Angela said, "Be a man worthy of leading, and it will happen naturally." Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to read super chats or do anything before you get back into that email, or what? Because you said you're trying to get away from that for a minute.
Yeah, let's do some super chats. I think my eyes need a break.
AJ, are you in here still? So go ahead and send those super chats over. I don't even know if he's in here still. I haven't seen any. Haven't seen him at all. It looks like it's all Zach.
Clarissa, you said 294. Did I say 249?
You did. That sounds like he just dropped the lid of the paint can. Yeah, I don't see AJ in the chat.
I was like, who in the hell is in our house?
Yep. Zach is doing them, which means I need to log into Discord. All right, so we have 3 supers.
Okay.
One from Haley Mitchell for $9.99 that says, I just want to say that I appreciate you both. I have learned so much about what I need to fix, as well as what I deserve. I can't thank y'all enough. Seriously, we got a $10 super from someone named April.
Mm-hmm.
I found you guys a few weeks ago and have been binging videos. Something clicked and I can see where I was the problem. Now, it's too little too late because I got it from you guys and not my partner when told. And then one from Damaris for $4.99 said he sent an email a month ago and was checking up on it. I told him you were backlogged for at least a couple months. I don't know where we're at. And I got to be honest, just because people send emails doesn't mean that they're going to get read.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys send emails that are run-on sentences and there's no proofreading and it's jumbled mess, we're not reading that. If you're sending us emails where you're talking about how there's children being abused or you're victims of SA and there's all kinds of details, we're not reading that. It's not worth our mental health to have to filter through that shit. So
Yeah.
if you have those things, you can say, I'm an SA survivor or, child abuse survivor. And that's all that needs to be said. We don't need anything more than that.
Yeah.
We need the situation that's currently going on in your life to try to help you become better for your partner. And that's about the extent of that shit.
Correct.
So there are emails that get rejected quite a bit, but we're also pretty fucking far behind right now on emails.
Yes. Yes, we are. We are about 2 months behind now, backlogged on emails. I just recognized TikTok has only been seeing like half of my face this whole time.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, you want to get back into the email?
Yes.
Okay. Really excited about my goat cheese I'm going to make tonight. Well, eventually, I could tell that he was trying to be more attentive. I could see him trying to understand. And I just read all of that.
Okay, hang on.
Yes.
Colin said, I've been burned by the church, but I would love to get closer to God again. So I'm going to hit you with this, and then I'm not addressing the religion thing anymore in this chat. If you got food poisoning, would you never in your life go out to eat again? Or would you just not go to that place? Because you got to eat.
Right.
So instead of going, I'm only eating shit from my garden that I've pulled for the rest of my life because it's me, you can accept the fact that you had a bad experience. It doesn't reflect the whole of the world. It was just a bad experience.
And now you know what to look out for.
Right. Your relationship has nothing to do with the people that did you dirty. You have your relationship. So I'm done with that now.
Okay.
We'll get back into the more super chats when we're done with this email.
Correct.
So if you got them, send them.
So we just went over the fact that he's an appearance guy, has an issue with everything she's already had going on. She got 2 tattoos. Didn't ask, just did it. I constantly was getting stuck on the fact that he seemingly only cared about what I looked like, not what was inside. Things would be going fine. I can see him. I just read all of that as well. When I would change something about the way I looked, he would bring up the Bible, and I also just read that. Jesus.
You did. Yep.
Before we got married, we would go to church pretty much every Sunday, whether we were together or long distance.
So they actually are married. Okay. And she knew he was religious before they got married.
Correct.
She's got on meds and it's changed her personality entirely.
Now she's getting tattoos and
doing things that it's okay for him to be okay with these things.
yeah, if he wanted more of a, I was going to say traditional lifestyle, but his version of tradition is abusive.
I mean, it could be. We don't know that.
From the way she worded it, the way that she is presenting him,
Right.
that's not a traditional relationship.
But the way she's presenting this email, from the way that I'm seeing this, she's not the same person he married.
Right.
She's got on meds. Her personality's changed. She's made manic decisions. They're not on the same page anymore. And it could seriously be as simple as he doesn't like who she's becoming they're married and he's trying to address it before it gets too far out of control, and she's getting triggered by all of it.
Yeah.
Is that actually happening? I don't know.
It could be.
But it could be, because sounds very much like he's hurting me, but there's no examples of what he's doing other than saying, I want a more traditional woman. I'm a Christian. We go to church. You know that we went to church. We used to go every Sunday.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
You know, now I'm also thinking, if he is the religious man and he quotes the Bible, if he's saying things as the man should lead the household and we should have conversations about you getting tattoos on your body, and she's viewing that as, well, he's saying he's superior than me, I need to go to him about what I'm doing with myself. That's her manipulating the situation to make him seem worse than he is.
right. Instead of just going, okay, we're married.
Right.
I should be talking to my husband about what I'm going to be doing because we're going to be spending the rest of our lives together.
Right.
It's common respect.
That would be that's that cognitive bias, though.
Right.
If he's approaching her as the way you would approach me, you know, we have a traditional lifestyle. I'm the head of the household. I have the final decision making. We need to have conversations about things. If I tell you I don't like something, I would like you to consider it. Have my opinion weighed before you just go and do whatever you want.
Right.
And if she's taking that in through her filter, and her filter is skewing it to a point of,
He's trying to control me.
right. It's crazy how cognitive biases work.
Right. And
Because that could be the situation.
yeah.
And then she's telling us how she's viewing it from her perspective. I really wish couples would email us
Me
in
too.
together.
Me too. It's why we tell people to do the check-ins, because
Yeah.
you guys aren't communicating. That's really what it comes down to. There's a breakdown either in her comprehension or the way that he's talking to her, and somewhere there's a disconnect. They were in love at one point.
They were, yeah.
They got married. Something has happened in that with their relationship
Yeah.
and the way that they get along, and there's a disconnect, and they can't figure out what's going on. And it could be her cognitive bias. It could be her filter. It could be the way he's talking.
It could be the new filter the meds are putting on
It
top of the one
could
she
be
already has.
So many fucking things. Maybe she settled. Maybe she married a really nasty motherfucker because
she
she
was
had
so-
no self-worth. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I saw that as a good thing, meaning going to church. As I grew up in the church, and we both discussed that we thought this was important when we very first started dating. Once we got married, we stopped going to church.
Wonder why that was.
It was obvious that we both had felt forced to do so by our families and that we had no desire to go as individuals.
That doesn't
But-
make any sense.
It was obvious that we both had felt forced to do so by our families and that we had no desire to go as individuals. But rewinding, you just said we would go to church pretty much every Sunday, whether we were together or long distance, and I saw that as a good thing. And there's an exclamation point at the end of that.
Right.
So
That doesn't make sense.
that doesn't make sense to me either.
Unless you were both living with your parents before you got married,
Mm.
and the parents made you go out of guilt. That's a different scenario. But again, we don't know. None of that is stated. There's just she's vague booking.
Yeah, I'm very confused by her verbiage because she said that she saw it as a good thing that they were going to church every Sunday. And then 2 sentences later, she said it was obvious that we had both felt forced to do so by our families and we had no desire to go as individuals.
Right. So they actually didn't have a relationship with God. So why is he throwing the Bible in her face? You see what I'm saying? Like this whole thing is skewed to me. There's not, I don't know. I don't know. Bam.
I tapped it.
Yeah, you want me to come over there and fix your mic?
Yes, please.
Not trying to step over that.
I like it when you do things for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's okay. It's at 80%.
All right.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let's get to this email.
What song is that? Oh, it's that Macklemore song. Thrift Shop.
I don't think so.
I'm doing it to the beat of that song. All of that was internally in my little world that
Okay.
nobody else can perceive. I really just spoke my inside world outside, and you guys have no idea what the
Nope,
fuck I'm talking about.
we don't. That's okay though.
Just know I'm having a really good time.
That's
over
all
here.
that matters, babe.
Yeah,
Live your best life.
I am,
Do that shit.
and it's all supported by you. And it's just last night when we got to Sister Act, there was this really nice looking tree outside of our car, and I looked at you and I'm gonna go touch that tree. And you're like, okay. This man literally stood by at the end of the car just waiting for me to have a moment touching this really fuzzy looking tree.
So weird.
I love that you don't judge me though.
I could care less.
You just let me do my
If
weird
it was
shit.
raining, I'd have been like, "Can you wait until it's not raining?" Or I would have waited in the car until you were done.
Yeah, I would have. You could have waited in
Yeah.
the car, yeah. I feel so not judged by you. It makes me feel so good. I know there were people in that parking lot like, why the fuck is she touching that tree? It just looked like one of those trees out in the Sahara Desert. One of those big African trees that giraffes eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they had no desire to go as individuals, but he would still try and use the Bible and God against me when it came to why I should obey him. I thought it was extremely hypocritical of him to do so.
If you have to use a book or something like that to convince somebody to follow your lead, you are not an effective leader.
No.
Which is all there is to that.
You're either a leader or you're not, and people
Right.
just gravitate towards the energy of people who do have that leader
Right.
bravado.
Right. It's the difference between a leader and a manager.
Right.
You got to do it because I said so. Yeah, that's not how that works.
Well, fast forward to February 2022. My grandma's very sick and in the hospital. My mom asks me to come to church with her one Sunday, and I had an incredible moment that day. That moment lit an interest in me, a desire to do more, have more, and be more. After my grandma's passing in March, my life radically was changing when it came to my relationship with God and the church I was attending. I had never had an individual relationship with him, and I'm still soaking it up every minute I can. My husband wanted and still currently wants no part of it. For the first few months, he thought I was faking, pretending that I was going through wasn't actually real, and it very much is real. You would think as a man who is saying God's telling me that you need to obey me like this would be pretty stoked that his wife is having a relationship with God.
Yeah. I don't think that that's what he was doing, though. I think that he was using the Bible as a way to manipulate her.
I know.
But it sounds to me like he didn't actually have faith, or he lost his faith and she's found it.
Mm-hmm.
This whole email is a fucking mess to me. It's all there is to that. Like,
Right.
it's all over the place. There's not enough information there. I have my own cognitive bias towards what's happening right now,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm seeing that the issue is that they're not communicating, and she's got a lot of things going on that she's not worked through.
Yeah.
It's really what it comes down to. I really think that he's not okay with the way she's changed. I don't know.
Were you waiting for me to respond to something? It sounded like you were in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, I am, but I'm not. I don't want to keep talking because I don't know enough about this to really pass a judgment here, or to
Okay.
like. I just think that there's a lot more that's not being said that we don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
This feels very one-sided. It feels very much like she's attacked all the time and playing the victim, instead of going, we can't communicate, we're having issues, this is what the problem is, I said this, he said this,
Right.
where's the breakdown? Like, it's none of that. The fucking email is all over the place.
Do you want me to keep reading?
I do, because I'd like to get over it. I need closure.
One day, I hit a moment where I prayed that God would help me listen to my husband as we were about to have another long and difficult conversation about our marital struggles. That conversation changed everything. He opened up to me that he had been feeling neglected. He told me his love language was quality time. He told me his whole childhood he never felt like his parents genuinely cared about him. He would ask them to do something with them, and they would say no, and he felt unimportant. He would ask them to do something, and they would reluctantly say yes, and he would feel like a burden. These moments made him feel like he wasn't a priority, that so many other things were more important than him. Of course, I'm crying while he's telling me this, and a light bulb went off. Every time he would ask me to play video games with him, I would say no, that I don't like them. Every time he would ask me to go to the store with him after we got home, I would say no, that I'm too tired. He thought that once he got married, he would finally get the chance to feel like a priority in someone's life, but I was crushing him. I was so worried about what I was doing, what I was going through, and what he wasn't doing, and I didn't even see I was pushing him further and further away.
Because you guys weren't paying attention. You're not listening. I guarantee you he said some shit like this. There's no way that you guys are married and he's never been like, hey, like, I'm fucking lonely. You know what I mean? Like, anyways. There really is communication issues here.
It really is.
Like, hard. Ooh, I've apparently triggered some people in the chat.
Ooh, about what?
This says where I'm not going to go back and try to read all these comments, but somebody's just going on and on and on. Anyways, just going on about how. Anyways, I you can read it if you want to. I'm not going to scroll back and try to read all that shit. People are looking at the one-sided aspect of things instead of actually trying to figure out what's going on in the story.
Okay.
People are saying to end your TikTok live.
They're saying it in my live?
No, over here. They're saying end the TT live. I don't know why.
I'm so confused. What?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. I didn't see that I was pushing him further and further away, making him continue to feel like when he did as a kid, even his own wife didn't care. Me telling him all of this made him cry even more. We were both bawling at this point, but he finally felt like he was being seen. I told him how incredibly sorry I was and that I never meant to hurt him. I told him that I won't do those things anymore. The last thing I wanted to do was make him feel like he didn't matter. After that conversation, we were both on cloud nine and love for a while. He felt loved, so he showed me more.
Mm-hmm.
I felt loved, so I showed him more. It was incredible.
That's how it's supposed to go.
But once things were amazing with us, I started slacking on my relationship with God. Okay. So before I continue, you said that he was probably telling her he was feeling neglected before her massive epiphany.
Right. I don't think he was being very direct about it, but I do believe
right,
he's
like dropping hints or
right.
something.
They've had the conversation. They just didn't correlate what was going on.
So with that happening, let's assume he was dropping hints, being very vague. Body language would change.
Right.
His tone would change maybe. He would maybe sigh after she said no, something she wouldn't pick up on. That would build a resentment and an anger towards that person.
Of course.
And they're not thinking logically anymore. So if he was a super devout churchgoer and he was into the Bible, all of that would be skewed through the new cognitive bias he has that my wife doesn't love me. She doesn't want to spend time with me. She doesn't care about me. And that's going to build that anger. And now that new filter is going to be put on it. It could be skewing everything that he is trying to tell her because he's not thinking straight anymore.
Right. Even if he was a non-confrontational person, even if they both were, even if they didn't want to have conference, because she said that they were getting ready to have a really long, hard conversation about their marriage.
Right.
So she was going into that conversation in an emotional response or a trauma response. She wasn't going into it clear-headed in a calm, even, we have a discussion that needs to be had. I'm going to listen. We're going to have a back and forth. She's going in a fight or flight mindset going into it. That's a problem.
Right.
You're going into it already in a stressful scenario instead of actually having the conversation where you can work through things in a logic mindset because you're going in an emotional mind. If they're both non-confrontational people and he's getting tired of her not playing video games or not going to the store or not spending time with her or whatever, the body language is going to say a lot, even if he's not willing to. So like you said, if there was a side there that she didn't hear or his body language shifted, eventually people are going to stop trying. When you make a request for affection or a request for attention and it goes unchecked enough, eventually that's going to stop. The intimacy is going to die. You're not going to have that connection with the relationship is going to die between two people, regardless of whether or not you're married or not, or still your relationship is going to get fucked because you're not willing to communicate what's going on. I'm willing to bet that I don't know. I really believe that they really had a hard time talking to each other. I think that they both had their own issues and weren't willing to see past to hear what the other people were saying to actually listen.
Yeah, I think she was also having that. Finally no longer feeling like shit. Like after feeling like shit for so long, and you're finally able to breathe again. Like you're full fledged just running, and you don't recognize the aftershocks of everything that just happened with your massive breakdown and the way things have changed. You're getting better, and you're so focused on that because you're finally experiencing life instead of just surviving.
Right.
I don't think you recognize that you kind of left him back there. He's still picking up the pieces, and now he's unheard. The communication definitely has to improve.
Yep. They tell you when you go through things like this to not make big life decisions when you've been put on new meds. You give
Yeah.
it time to even out. Or if you get Baker acted and you get therapy and you start working through your shit, like you don't make big life decisions for months. You have to work through that shit and let your life calm back down, because otherwise you're making it in an emotional mind state and it could come back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, definitely a clouded judgment. I found us slowly drifting away from that feeling of bliss. Then I realized I had let that feeling, our relationship, become the center of my focus. I had lost my focus on God, so for the past few months, I have been back to my pursuit of Him, wanting to grow closer to Him, hoping that my relationship with my husband would get better because of it. It hasn't. I've been praying and have seen that I had feelings of resentment inside of me from the way he used to treat me. I saw that I started having those thoughts of what my husband's not doing for me. So I haven't read this whole email because it's a long one. That reads to me as self-sabotage.
It could be.
I'm just going to put a pin in that. Are you going to say something?
If you and I started having problems,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to wait until it becomes a fucking problem to address it.
Right.
I'm not. If I feel like we've had the conversation about being needy,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that people are needy. If you feel like you're needy, it's because your emotional needs are not being fucking met. If you are really thirsty, it's because you're dehydrated.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get a little bit of water, or you can overindulge and fill yourself. So if I'm needy, it's because I'm lacking attention. My attention meter's gone. It's at fucking E, and I need to fill that bitch back up. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm not okay right now. I really need some physical contact. Like, hug me, touch me, talk to me. Like, I need attention to feel better. If I don't say that, 3 days goes by, I'm resentful that my shit is on E, and I just expect you to fucking know it. You should know better.
That's like breaking down the side of the interstate and getting pissed off because you haven't called anybody.
Right. You can't do that.
Yeah.
I really, so yes, in that episode, it is self-sabotage. She knows that she's going through whatever she's going through. She's realizing that this resentment is starting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The moment that realization happens, a conversation needs to be had immediately.
Correct.
Immediately. Not
Yes.
tomorrow, not next week,
Needs to be
not
like-
when the next thing happens.
Right.
Now.
It has to be like crazy discussion. Something just happened and I
Right.
feel like we need to have a little conversation.
Right.
Help me process this.
Because it's not an issue right now.
Right.
It's a realization. Hey, I just had a revelation. This is what's happening right now. You have the discussion. What are you doing over there?
I'm missing a slipper.
It's underneath of your wheel.
My feet seas are cold. Okay. Ooh, you guys are in here. They're directing everybody to the YouTube channel.
Nice. Love that.
Y'all are on it. I think I saw Clarissa and Kylie in there doing it. Thank you, guys. Any final thoughts? I realized that there was nothing I can do to fix him. All I can do is work on me, how I can be a better wife, a better spouse, a better partner, and a better teammate.
Love all of that.
I started reading The Power of a Praying Wife. I've started attending a class at my church called Becoming Mrs. Better Half. I'm working to be better at maintaining our home, not complaining, finding true joy, and wanting to fulfill my part as a traditional wife. As I'm constantly praying for God to destroy these negative feelings that I have, give me the desire and energy to keep a clean home and to help me show unconditional love. Little thought. Instead of praying for God to destroy your negative feelings, how about pray for the insight to be able to heal from them? or heal past them.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that my mom will tell you that God wants a relationship with you and doesn't care why you talk to him, just so long as you talk to him. Like that's her
Right.
belief system. I don't pray for things. I pray gratitude.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I'll pray for like wisdom or compassion or patience. But I don't ask God to give me shit because I can do it myself. And if I can't do it myself and I'm trying to do it myself, I think God will be like, all right, he's really fucking trying. Let me give him a little kick in the ass to help him along.
Right.
I'm not doing that. I'm a parent, right? I want my kids to figure shit out on their own. I want my kids to grow up and do what the fuck they need to do. And if they need me, truly need me, I will be there for them no matter what. But I want them to fail and struggle and learn to overcome obstacles and do the shit that they need to do on their fucking own.
Right. Problem
Because
solve.
that's how they learn. So, and that's the way I believe. So, it sounds to me like she's really trying, but if he's not doing the same thing, there's going to be a disconnect. I wonder why they did therapy instead of going to talk to their pastor.
I don't think she was back into the religion aspect yet when they started going to couples therapy.
Gotcha.
All right. All of this to say, seeing y'all's podcast, reading the books I'm reading, taking the class I'm taking, and y'all now knowing what you know about where you're at and where you've been, or where we've been. Oh my gosh. Taking the classes, reading the books, and y'all now knowing what you know about where we're at and where we've been, would y'all have any advice as to the ways I can continue to improve being a better spouse?
Excuse me.
I feel like there must be something that I'm missing because though I'm striving for change and having success, he continues to feel indifferent.
You're not communicating. There is a communication breakdown here. I promise that's what the problem is in all of this. You are not able to understand each other.
She included a conversation.
Okay.
Do you want to read that conversation before you do your thought?
Yeah, because maybe I'm wrong in all of this.
Okay.
I hope I'm fucking wrong in all of this. Because if I'm wrong in all this, then dude needs to get his shit together.
Yeah.
But I believe that they're not listening to each other.
You think they're just waiting for their turn to speak?
I think that they want to be heard more than they want to understand.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Our most recent conversation was a few nights ago when we were talking about our finances. We currently live in an apartment and we were both wanting to move into a house for our next move. I'm 27, he's about to be 29. My desire to have children is definitely much stronger and more intense than it has ever been. And I know, given where our relationship is, it is not the right time. Oh my God, I'm so glad you said that.
Shouldn't that have been a conversation that you had before you got married, though? If he doesn't want kids and you do, isn't that like this is foundation conversation, guys? Like this is not something you have once you get married.
Right. So she goes on to say, he knows I want kids, and I know he wants kids, but not once has he ever brought up us having a baby. After a financial talk, I did bring up the fact that I wanted a baby, not right now, but in the future. His reaction was not the greatest. He sighed and made a comment about us not checking the house box off before talking about babies. This led to a conversation where we both came to the conclusion that he is still 18 years old inside. He essentially feels like since he's graduated high school, his life hasn't been his own.
So he hasn't done anything with himself yet. It's been a decade, 11 years since he graduated high school, and he's still doing little boy shit.
Right.
So there's not actually a back and forth conversation.
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I think that it's kind of, if she's constantly bringing up, I want a baby, I want a baby, I want a baby, and they've had the conversation of we want kids. When it's the right time, we'll start discussing having kids. Until then, let's just get our life in order.
Right. Well, he said that when they brought up the baby thing, he said, we don't have a house yet. We should get the house before we get the baby. Why haven't we talked about that?
Right.
Which means they haven't had a discussion about buying a house to have kids.
Well, she said that they are both wanting to move into a house for their next move. Unless her train of thought was, we're moving into the house, so we're getting the house. Let's start talking about having a baby.
Right. Well, and that could be the thing.
That could have been very overwhelming for him.
Yeah. Two big life changes in a.
Right.
Yeah.
Two big life changes is massive.
Could be. Here's a thought.
Mm.
We know I'm still standing by they're not listening to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's possible that he realizes that he is not a man? Because
Could
he
be.
admitted he's 18 years old mentally at 29, right? He's not a capable leader. He's not financially able to support her 100%. They're living in an apartment. They don't have their own house yet. They haven't been able to properly look into having a family because he's not capable of leading the household the way a man is supposed to lead his household. Do you think that has some sort of underlying issue into everything because she wants, and he knows that he's not capable as a man to do these things? Because I'm willing to bet that there's a whole lot of oh fuck in his mindset because he's not a proficient man.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a leader. He's not a provider. Right? He's not a communicator. There's a whole lot of shortcomings in this whole scenario. And now she's trying to hit him with, I want a kid. And he's realizing that he's just not that guy. Could I be wrong in that? Like,
no.
Okay.
No, I agree. That could certainly be a possibility. This is kind of embarrassing for me, but I need you to verify that this is the same email where she started getting on meds and her whole personality changed.
It is.
Okay. It's nonstop. Every email is constantly just going in my mind.
I know.
So, okay. I want to make sure I'm following the right thread in this massive forest in here. Could it be that she's excited for all of these things and he's recognizing like she's not who she was? And now he's kind of second guessing absolutely everything and he's trying to figure out his life.
Yeah, excuse me for just a minute.
Okay. Groceries are also on the way.
All right, I just put the camera on you so you can talk to them for a second.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no, what do I do? I'm going to pop over to the chat. That's smart. All right, everybody, it is now just us. So we all know, take a hit. So how's everyone doing today? Ooh, aloha from Hawaii. Holy shit. Welcome, Hawaii. Oh, thanks, Zeke. Oh, did I ask how we're doing? I meant to ask how you guys are doing. Like, how was your day? Oh, TikTokers, the 99 of you over here. Go check out the YouTube channel, the number 2, Be Better. We are currently live there. I am not really actively reading over here and seeing what's going on, so if you would like to be a part of the conversation, go to YouTube, the number 2, Be Better. Got someone from the UK. Where you got the boba tea? This is my boba. It's from a place called Ikiben. Ikiben? We call it Bento House because I am not good with words. Scotland. I love Scotland.
That was really good timing.
Yeah?
Yeah, he left and all the food got delivered right at the same time.
I love that.
So I was able to put the pie in the fridge.
Oh,
right.
I forgot I got that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is good because it is set outside in fucking 90-degree weather, so.
Yeah, that's for tomorrow.
Go us.
Having a little pool day. Belfast and Ireland. Belfast,
Ireland.
Belfast and Ireland are here.
Belfast is in Ireland.
Well, Zeke said Belfast and Ireland, so I don't.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Houston, South Dakota, Hawaii, Pennsylvania. Ooh, catching a surprise live before bed.
Is there any more to that email, or are we done with that?
No, there is still.
All right, let's jump back into that because we're 2 hours in at this point.
Oh,
that wall looks amazing out there. By the way, it's like a almost blue black.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, it's not granite like this is. What?
It was the mustache with the cowboy hat.
Oh.
Okay, so talk about the baby. Made a comment. He essentially feels like he hasn't been living a life for his own. He went to the school that his parents suggested. He was going to get a degree in what everyone else said he should. He felt pressured to ask me to marry him because we had already been together for so long. He feels pressured to get a house because all of our married friends have houses. He feels like he's just living a life that's not his. He wants to go out till 2 a.m. All of our friends are over that stage. This dude's almost 30.
It sounds to me like he's regretting every decision he ever made and he doesn't want this.
Yeah, it really does. Ooh, I need to process that. So he felt pressure to ask me to marry him. All the married friends are past that stage. I recently decided to go sober because I hate the way alcohol makes me feel and I felt too dependent on it. That's why... Oh, he got upset when I told him because now he won't have someone to drink with. That's why he prided himself on the fact that he hasn't changed since we met. That's why he prided himself on the fact that he hasn't changed since we met. I would be absolutely mortified and ashamed of myself if I was the same me I was a week ago.
I have a whole lot of thoughts on all this.
Okay. You want me to just finish it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in continuing to go on because it's all speculation. There's not like true information in any of this.
Okay. So he prided himself on the fact I began to change after starting therapy and medication. Oh, that's why he was so upset when I began to change after starting therapy and medication. That's why he can only focus on physical appearance. That's why he never talks about kids or a house. He's still 18 in his mind. All the life that he and we have lived doesn't count to him because it wasn't his choice.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. You can't.
It is all his choice.
You can't get married and be like, somebody made me do it. No, the fuck they didn't.
Right.
Somebody might have influenced your decision, but you made the fucking decision. So put on your big boy britches and own that shit. You made the decision to move forward in this.
Right. He made the decision to get married versus getting shit from people.
Right. Right.
I would rather block everybody for 2 to 3 weeks and let them get that shit out of their system than put myself in a marriage that I don't want to be in.
Right.
Crazy. R used the examples of we're reading the same book, but the chapter you're on is 3 chapters behind me. Over time, I've continued to read through the pages to get to the chapter that I'm on now. But you were so upset thinking about having to read more that you just chose to stay on the same chapter. Now you're 3 chapters behind everybody and you're mad about it, but instead of moving forward yourself, you're wanting people to come to where you are.
Yep.
No one wants to go back 3 chapters to start all over again. He agreed with everything that I said, and the conversation ended with him seeming defeated, but that it finally made sense now, and me asking how I can help. How can I help him in this situation? I know that he has to change himself, but as a partner, how can I support him in this? Are there things that I can help his wanted maturing? I took from that he doesn't want to be with her.
It sounds to me like he doesn't want to change or do anything, and
Right.
she's actively making changes in her life.
Yeah.
Right. She's taken every step that she can. A whole bunch of shit just got delivered to the porch.
Yep, my Amazon stuff just got delivered too.
She started with the therapy and got on the meds, had crazy life changes. And I think he realized right away that she was becoming a different person and that their life was about to change. And what he was comfortable with is no longer acceptable. And he's fought her on everything all the way down. Instead of like trying to change with her, to grow with her, to be a better person, he's still doing what he's been doing this entire time while she's been on this fucking life journey to be a better person. He's not going to change if he doesn't want to do the work. If he's very happy going out until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, going to bars, doing all that shit, not providing, not owning a house, racking up debt, not being a provider or a man, like, he's telling you who he is. How long has this been going on? Did it say how long they've been married?
How can I get that to go away? They have been together.
You know that everything that I said about communication was right.
Yeah.
Because at this point, this has been an ongoing conversation the entire way through. And recently, they've had these real fucking developments of what's going on.
Yeah.
She's starting to understand because she's done all the work on herself. But had these conversations been had and understood early on, these changes would have been gradual, and
Yeah.
maybe they could have grown together.
So they've been together for 9 years and married for 3.
Okay.
Uh,
So they've been together since they were teenagers.
yes.
'Cause she's 27.
He's 29.
So she was a teenager.
Yeah, he was 20. She was 18.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she said this is the only relationship they've been in.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Which explains the inability to communicate properly.
we are each other's first and only relationships.
Yeah.
And they lost their virginity to each other.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I think he is very stagnant. He has not grown at all. He has not developed the mature cognitive bias to
Right.
actually perceive reality, not with a child's view.
There's a whole lot of weakness in that to me.
There is. I would recommend he needs to start reading like The Way of the Superior Man.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that he needs to read. He needs to go
Yeah.
back to reading his Bible so that he can understand life a little bit more, because you can't preach that shit and not live by it. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, there's a whole lot of be a fucking man in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible does it say to be a bitch.
Right.
Like, don't be a pussy. Take care of your fucking family. It says it in the Bible. Be the leader. Be the good man. Provide, protect, do all of these things. Love your woman the way Jesus loved the church. Tell me that you have not done any of that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I do. I'm standing by my communication was the issue in all of this all along. I don't like him as a person. He's dragged this woman along for almost a decade.
And he's finally saying, yeah, I didn't choose any of this.
Right.
I was just kind of forced into everything,
This-
including this marriage.
Right. This is that mindset of I didn't ask to be here.
Yeah.
Boo fucking who, bro?
I didn't ask to be a parent. Yeah. Oh, Zeke commented on my traps. Thank you. Do they look okay?
Was that the end of the email?
Yep. That was the end of it.
All right. What's up?
She's asking how we can help him mature.
We can't. You can't make somebody do something. You can't change anyone. She's doing everything that she can do.
He needs to accept that these were his choices. I would say that's the first thing. He needs to get in touch with reality and understand that at any point he had the power to walk away if this isn't what he wanted.
Yeah. She needs to give him like legit ultimatums.
Yeah.
And I believe that. Like this needs to be one of those things where like we've wasted a decade of our life trying to level up and evolve, and I've done a lot of work and you're a little boy still.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be a man, you need to show me that you're capable of being that. I need you to fucking step up.
Yeah.
Because this isn't what I want for the rest of my life.
He also wants to have that traditional relationship where she's a submissive housewife.
That's earned.
Yeah, that's not going to happen just because you demand it as the man of the household. Yeah, he needs to just accept that this is his life.
That's the problem, though. He has accepted that this is his life.
Mm.
That acceptance of this is just the way that it is. I didn't want any of it, but this is where we are. There's no desire to grow. I do believe that's an acceptance. I'm not accepting what we have. You and I have a dope relationship, and we've got a really nice house and new cars, and like we're financially comfortable. I don't
Right.
accept any of this. I want more than what we have. I
Yeah.
work because I want more. I want growth. You can call it greed.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick like my 7 deadly sin, greed is my fucking sin, because there's not enough of anything in the world. I want all of it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fucking kill myself trying to get as much as I can so that I get to enjoy it while I got it, because I'm only here once.
Mm-hmm.
I want the best relationship. I want the best sex life. I want the nicest fucking car. I want the nicest house. I want the best fucking podcast. I want to be the best dad I can be. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not settling for shit.
Right.
He's settling. I've got the wife. I've got an apartment. We're kind of making ends meet. I get to go drink and have fun, and like she's not going anywhere, and I know her well enough to manipulate her to get her to do what I want her to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just,
When I say he needs to have acceptance, she even said that he said it as those weren't his choices.
yeah,
Those were his choices. And that's where that acceptance needs to come in, is that he did make the active choice to propose to you, to get married to you,
yeah.
to move in together.
Yeah, he needs to take accountability for himself.
Yeah. you have any other super chats?
There was a couple of them that popped up. Zeke, if you were in here, if you want to send me some super chats. Oh, wait, I think you might have already done so.
Oh, shit.
You did.
C142's in the chat. What's up, dude?
Kim Martin said, why is it so difficult to file for divorce when it's clear the marriage has dissolved? One person has left the home and all that's left is some feelings. Divorce is hard because the government's involved in it. Government doesn't need to be involved in anything in your personal life.
Yeah.
Why? Why should you have to ask the government for permission to marry somebody that you love? And why should you have to ask them for permission to dissolve the marriage?
Yeah, they used to just have to ask your daddy.
Ryan, $10 said, when God's work is being done, there will always be trolls. The glory of God is shown through To Be Better by not only securing many relationships and marriages, but also the success of To Be Better. You know how many people have said that we have a ministry?
A lot.
We get it a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. Kylie said, thank you for everything you do in helping us grow. You're welcome, Kylie. Ferris Almond said, $9.99. My girlfriend and I love you guys. You've helped so much with communication better and growing together. Recommended you to my mom, and it's helped her so much. She's left a toxic relationship and doing more self-care.
Oh, I love that.
That's gangster. Yep.
I love it when more mature women finally come into their own.
Yep.
And they recognize that they do have self-worth. Self-worth.
Yep.
It's so hard for me.
Lorraine sent a $10 super chat. Said, welcome newbies. Close chat and hit the like. Consider joining Discord and Patreon. To Be Better Nation. Side note, this email is wild.
That email was pretty wild. I love the Discord. I say some off the wall shit in that Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I struggle with some of these emails sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really do. There's a lot of back and forth that we have when we do these recordings, and sometimes a lot of it gets cut because we'll just have conversations about shit.
Mm-hmm.
And when we do lives, we can't do that. So like I really have to bite my tongue because I know that I'm not trying to be on here for 5 hours having a recording.
Mm-hmm.
Those types of men, those boys, make men like me look bad.
Yeah.
Because in the event that that doesn't work out with the two of them, and she leaves him, gets divorced, and finds a good man who wants a traditional woman, they may never make it past the dating stage because of the cognitive bias she has on traditional marriages because of her previous relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That was my stomach.
That's your tummy?
That was my stomach.
I'm so sorry.
I never once asked you to follow me.
No, you
Never
didn't.
never asked you to submit to me. I've never had to.
No, if anything, I was kind of aggressive about it.
If you were that man,
Yeah.
truly masculine, your woman's going to fall into her feminine with you.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to feel safe. She's going to feel secure. The safer she is, the more intimate your relationship's going to be. We know for a fact that a woman's intimacy is directly correlated with how safe she feels.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if that dude grew up with his father in the home,
That's a good question.
and how the relationship is with his dad.
Do you think we should have... What if we created a link that people would click to go to the email, but before they were taken to the email, they were taken to a template of things that should be included in the email, and below that is a disclaimer: if you include childhood essay or detailed assaults, it will be rejected from the podcast.
We actually have an auto reply that goes out that
Mhm.
tells people we're not going to address emails that contain those things. Zeke and I have already worked on a document a while ago about all that was being auto sent.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'm going to sit down with the two that wanted to help with emails and try to recorrelate the new email situation. But I also think that I want to do a expedited email read for people who need help right now. They can pay us for it versus waiting for 5 or 6 months or 3 months or 2 or however long it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then give a very bold disclaimer of how all this works, because there are people who want help,
Right.
and it's, you know what I mean? There's two of us.
Mm-hmm.
You want us to read your email. You can pay us the $50. We'll sit down, do the recording,
Mm-hmm.
get it out to you in a day or two. You know what I mean? Like maybe a day or two, if depending on how crazy that got. I don't know. The Cherry sent a super chat. This is, any advice on how to save a marriage in separation? We have been married for 5 years together. I'm sorry. We've been married for 5 years, together for 8. We also have a son. I miss him so much. There is nowhere near enough information there for us to be able to give you any kind of real advice.
Or are you separated?
Right. Why are you separated?
Who left?
Right.
Was it ongoing issues? Was it sudden?
Right. Was it something that's been discussed over and over and over again for the last 3 years? Was there infidelity? Like, there's just too much there. Like these are not questions that we can just easily answer.
They keep sending the little heart guy. Thank you guys for doing that. It makes me smile. It's cute.
Man.
What?
Somebody said you are beating a dead horse with this email. Move on. That's not how that works. When people send us
Yeah.
email, we do complete them. May not ever post them,
Right.
But
But
we-
they do get read
we
through.
do see them to completion.
Yes. Except for one. There was one time you're like, I'm not doing this.
Oh, I was fucking livid. That was episode 23.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Mhm. I love that you love the podcast, Stephanie.
Somebody said, maybe a dumb question, but if I'm subscribed to your Patreon at the $10 level, is that too low for my email to be read? No, it's not. Your email will still get pushed into the to be read folder for Patreon, and it'll get read when we get to it. If you guys are joining Patreon just to get your email read, though, don't do that. Because you're going to get your email read and you're going to leave anyways. There's no point. Like, just save your money,
Yeah.
send us an email, and just be patient because we're going to read it either way. It just may take longer. Well, we may not read it either way. But
There's
just
a
because you send it to
possibility-
Patreon doesn't mean that it's going to get read.
Right. I was about to say there's a possibility it might even get read on Patreon.
Right. If you send something that we're not willing to read, it's not going to get read.
Yeah. My
So-
mental health
Right.
is the priority here because if my mental health is not right, you guys aren't getting advice from me.
Right. Well, it comes down to more than that too, though. Like, you know how many emails we've gotten where people have talked about how they're in relationships with men who abuse their children?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not fucking reading that.
Yeah, that keeps me up at night. I'm only seeing 22 likes for this live.
There's more than that. It's 197 on my screen
Dope.
out of 264 viewers. So we're doing pretty good. Your videos always make me cry. I wish my partner of 6 years would communicate with me more. I try, but because of his childhood trauma, it's hard for him, and I don't want to push it. Jocelyn Matthews, I'm assuming your name's backwards. I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb and I'm guessing. Go find the check-in video that's on here. Watch the check-in video.
Mhm.
Guys, I can't express to you how like game-changing that is. You are putting yourself in a position to have a non-combative conversation with your person where all doors are open.
Mhm.
It fucking works. It might take one or two tries to get through them to understand how they work, but it has literally saved marriages.
Yeah. People have set divorce papers on fire.
Yeah. After a 9-hour check-in.
That she didn't even know about. This man was getting ready to serve her with divorce papers in
Yeah.
secret.
Sabrina Hubbard said, "You are both such a huge part of my life. I just want you to know that." I don't know how, but cool. Neat.
You know what I've been hearing a lot over the last few days, and even that chick Jess last night told us that when she's getting ready to make a decision in her life, she hears us.
Yeah. That's fucking wild, right?
Right?
She also said that she thinks she's hard on herself sometimes, and then she'll hear our shit. She'll be like, "Nope, that's exactly what I needed to be like."
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have another one? Do we have? Let's read a thank you. Let's
thank
do
you.
something a little easier
Okay.
because I'm not ready to get off of here yet. I'm still
I'm
enjoying
having
myself.
fun,
Yeah.
Oh, and I get to make goat cheese dip after this.
Somebody said I recommend books on your TikTok. I hope you read them. Mackenzie, I don't. We neither one of us actually read our comments on TikTok after our videos get past like 10,000 views
Correct.
or past like a certain number of comments. We get too much hate for us to be involved in all of that shit. If you have a suggested reading list that you want to send us, fucking email it. We both very much enjoy reading. Like, we like our books, and if we can be better because of it, we will read those books. Also, I mentioned the Choice Theory book earlier. For those of you who wanted to look that up, it's by William Glasser. William Glasser. That is on our Amazon list. Our recommended reading list, which is an Amazon affiliate link. Cherry said, continued, he left about 5 months ago. Nothing was discussed about leaving. It was pretty sudden. Communication and family played a huge part.
He left?
Yeah.
And he took the son?
I don't see that.
Okay, hang on. Did I misread? Pardon me one moment, guys. It says Ferris almond, and I read it as Furious almond,
It's an angry almond.
and that made me very happy. If there's any artists in the chat, either on TikTok or on the YouTube, can you please draw me a very angry almond and email it?
Izzy said, I'd really like to try the check-ins with my husband. We do lots of Bible talk that helps us, but I think we will try that too. Thanks to both of you. Zach just posted a link to our website in the chat. That will take you to, go to the download section of our website. There's a PDF for the check-in that actually has a printout that you can use to have that conversation and do the check-in. She said that he did not take her son.
Oh. Oh, they have an 8-year-old son together, and he left.
Yeah.
She misses him.
Right.
Okay.
I think that she said that communication and family played a part in it. It sounds to me like there was a whole lot of talking going on outside of the relationship that shouldn't have been had. You know, my mom asks me all the time how we're doing.
Yeah. So does my mom.
And you know what she says to me after she asks? The first text message is always, "How are you guys doing?" The next one was, "You wouldn't tell me if it was bad anyways, would you?"
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't, because we'd be working through our shit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. I love you, and I know that you have my best interest at play, and I know that you wouldn't be judgmental towards her, but we're not doing that. We're gonna work through our shit together, and then we're gonna go about our life. I'll tell you when things are great, and if they're not good, I'll be like, I don't want to talk about it right now, and you'll know that I'm not having a good day. That's as far as that's going.
Yeah. I called my mom on the way back from the graduation photos. She was like, "So how are you and Chris doing?" And I was like, "Great. We went and saw Sister Act last night and talked up Sister Act. You're only ever gonna get the good stories."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need other people's opinions trying to poison my well. I really
Correct.
don't. If I'm feeling a certain way about you, I need to be the only one that's feeling that. I don't need the other people around me to feed that. Like,
Right.
I need to feel it. I need to process it. We need to discuss it, and I need to move past it. I don't need it to be thrown in my face every single time. And or I get over things and then see those people again, and they want to fucking rehash everything and want an update on how all of it went, because people are fucking busybodies and
They
want to
want
be
the
involved in
update.
shit. And now I have to relive everything that I went through to fill them in on things. I'm not doing that. Anna said, for $19.99, said, "Hello, love the podcast. My question is for Peaches. I'm currently 4 months in the stay-at-home wife life, and it's been very difficult for me adjusting to it. What helped you in your adjustment stage? Thank you for your time."
Do you have children?
It says stay-at-home wife, not stay-at-home mom. So
Stay-at-home wife. Okay. I would go to Starbucks every day.
you would, huh?
I would, yeah. That first transition period, that would make me leave the house,
Yeah.
go outside, and I would walk into the Starbucks. I wouldn't go through the drive-thru. I would walk inside. I would have interaction. I would be in the sun. I would go do adult human things. And that kind of helped me keep that interaction alive in my life. I
Yeah.
don't do it anymore. I love being at home.
I hit it too hard and it flew out of my hand.
No wonder you broke the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm hard on my toys. I could break a Tonka truck. Somebody in the chat's going to understand that reference, but
Do things that take you out of the house. Go kayaking. Go for walks. You don't have to be busy every second of the day.
great.
You really don't. Before we started doing the podcast, I had my days mapped out to where I would clean for probably 2 to 3 hours every day. A little heart crown thing. So I would clean for 2 to 3 hours every day. I would do a different quadrant of the house, and then I would do my grocery shopping for what I needed for dinner that night. Have a routine and a structure. Time management. Do time management. And in that time management, you need to allot time for self-care. You need to allot time for intimacy with your partner. If you know he's getting home at 5 o'clock and you want to spend 30 minutes with him before dinner's done, make sure you're not doing the dishes when he gets home.
Right.
Make sure you're not in the shower when he gets home. Be at the door. Greet him with a kiss. Tell him that you missed him. Say, I have our favorite movie pulled up. Dinner's going to be done in 30 minutes. Your clothes, your comfy jammies are on the bed. Go take a shower. I'll be waiting for you. I'm a good wife.
You are.
Wow.
I'm a lucky motherfucker. So we got 2 super chats.
2 of them.
Don't look. Don't. I just said, oh, don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Eyes up here. Keep here, because one of them is going to make you smile bigger than you're smiling right now.
Oh.
First one says, I've come across you two on TikTok. Me and my fiance are starting the check-ins this weekend. You two helped our relationship for the last month, and we've been together for almost 9 months.
Okay.
That was for $9.99. I want to say to that super chat, first of all, thank you for the super chats. They mean a lot. The foundation building that you're doing right now in the first year of your relationship is going to last the entire thing. All of the things that you're currently overlooking that are not that big of a deal because you're in lust and everything is amazing is going to become a problem later. So you need to address them now while you're still stupid in love, infatuated with each other.
Correct.
Check-ins,
It's also be a softer blow.
check-ins are going to be a great time for that. We have a $19.99 super chat
Okay.
from Jordan.
No way.
Yep.
You're right. That did make me smile.
Yeah,
That's
super
so
dope.
cool.
I really have it in my head that I want to start interviewing people, right?
Me too.
And I want to interview people who are in relationships, successful or otherwise. The state of their relationship doesn't really matter to me so much as that they're actually in one long term and that they are successful in business or the endeavors that they have. I have known Jordan for probably 12 years now, 13 years now, since I started doing business with the tattoo shop through his shirt company. And it's always been purely professional. We've been very cordial to each other. It has been a business relationship, but over the last 3 months, like I really like this motherfucker. Like,
Yeah, I enjoy his energy.
right. I was telling you that last night. I was like, I've never seen him have a bad day. Like even when he's not having a good day, he doesn't let you see that. Like I genuinely like that shit. And then last night when I saw the photos of his bus, I'm like, dude, just rub it in. You know,
Yeah.
like I really want to interview him. I think that would be super dope.
Jordan, with you watching this, I want you to know that on the way home, we talked about getting a schoolie.
Yeah, we really did. Yeah, we really did. We really did.
It is now in the cards, and I'm super excited about it.
Yeah. I really think that I still want to do the Winnebago Rebel. I know that it's a smaller van, but it's 4x4. And I can take that on trails that I wouldn't be able to take a school bus down.
Yeah.
So sell the house at one day and just fucking live in a van. We'll have like 3 pairs of clothes, some electric bicycles and all of our photography gear, and a Zoom recorder so that we can still do the podcast and we can just travel around and do the podcast in weird spaces.
I am here for this as long as we can have like a portable tub.
Yeah. So we could just go get hotel rooms whenever we want if we still have the pod. If we buy a van outright and we own it, and I don't own this house anymore and I have no mortgage, that's like no debt. We could go stay at like 5-star hotels to get our muck off. It would not be a big deal every once in a while, like once a week to spend a night in a really high-end hotel.
I'm here for that.
I'm just saying.
I still want to have like my Beth Dutton moment.
Yeah.
In a tub in front of mountains and horses. And I don't know why, but I'm seeing myself eating corn in tub. Yeah.
Somebody else said that they have a bus too.
Oh, hell yeah.
I dream of the bus van life.
Zeke, I said that last night. I was like, can't we just go in there and change the things
You
to
could,
make it 4x4?
but you know how hard it's going to be to drive a bus down some of those trails? It's not going to be easy. Those trails are a lot. Some of those trails are pretty tight. Like you're not going to, there's trails that you're not going to want to drive a Winnebago Rebel down, let alone a school bus. I don't know. That's the dream though.
I really, really need to get on doing the like murder podcast.
Yeah.
Because I would like to use some of that revenue to buy a schoolie.
This is really not the opportune time for you to start talking about watching murder podcasts because we're trying to like plan out our life over here and you're like, I need to watch those murder podcasts. And all I could think was, why you plan on like offing me so that you can run off on a school bus and just leave me behind? Just a really bad transition, babe.
You know I wouldn't have fun without you.
That's right. I'm super fun.
Plus the information's already in there.
Jason Kirk said inflatable hot tub. That is a thing. Hot springs are a thing too. Bitch. Right. Hot springs are a thing on a full moon if you really want to get technical. They have them in North Carolina.
I want to take shrooms before I get in there too. Come on.
Shelby Bosch said for $10, Hi, I really appreciate your platform. Can you offer advice on how to manage finances as a cohesive team in regard to holding one another accountable during rough financial times?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I need to reread that because the word cohesive was in there and that word just hit my eardrum just right. Like,
you want to read it or you want me to read it back?
Cohesive. Okay, I'm just going to read it real quick. Really appreciate your platform. Can you offer advice on how to manage finances as a cohesive team in regards to holding one another accountable during rough financial times?
Did that break your brain?
I'm processing a lot right now.
Why? Because I handle the finances and you don't have to worry about shit?
Not even that. When I managed my finances, I knew if I overspent and I fucked myself over, like my kids and I could be homeless.
Right.
So I don't have a hard time holding myself accountable for not spending money when I'm in a rough financial time. I will sit there and eat crackers and shredded cheese. That will be my diet, and I'll drink water out of the hose.
Yep. Told people a lot that when you want something bad enough, you'll sacrifice.
So
And I've been there. I've lived off ramen. Like I can live like shit for a long time. I'll live in my car if I have to.
in regards to holding one another accountable during rough financial times, I don't know. If he overspends and the power gets shut off, it's his fault.
Yeah, I think that comes down to letting one person handle the finances,
Yeah.
but you have to be able to trust that they're going to do what they're doing. Not all people are capable of that. Some people aren't capable of sharing finances. There's a air of freedom that comes with having your own money.
Right.
But I also think that if you need that security blanket of having your own money, it's because deep down you know this isn't the right relationship. But that's a me thought. We got a 1999 super chat, and I'm not even going to try to say that. It says, I've grown up without parents, and you guys helped me through my teenagehood. Any advice?
Shut up. Are you a teenager?
Any advice on feeling stuck in life? Not really relationship related, but just asking your guys' advice. Thank you.
Okay, where are you stuck at in life? Are you stuck mentally, like you can't get past something from your past? Are you stuck because you just don't know what to do? Are you trying to find a career path? Are you stuck because you don't know who you are as a person?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is to remember that everything in your life is a decision.
It really is.
It's a choice.
Yeah.
And I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You always have a choice. It may be a really shitty choice, but even if somebody has a gun to your head, you have a whole slew of choices that can be made in that moment. So when you want something and you feel stuck and you want to get to a certain point, don't sit around and wish for it. Start taking steps to make it happen.
Right. Because that time's going to come and go.
Right.
Whether you're dedicated to it or not.
Yep. Easiest way to walk 10 miles is one step at a time. So. Brooklyn said you could rent a cabin with a hot tub. We need to do the cabin thing.
We do need to do the cabin thing.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind going back to Blue Ridge.
I've never been to Blue Ridge.
Margaret said, do you know how many times I've asked my spouse if they're planning on offing me? They constantly watch Forensic Files.
Oh, I love Forensic Files. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something that's probably also going to explain my extreme paranoia in the world. My mom and I started watching Forensic Files when I was like 8 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I view Forensic Files as a way to learn human psychology and less about learning how to get away with something.
Yeah. Zach said you could pay somebody to haul a trailer converted to a bathhouse whenever they go on a four-wheel out there too. Go with a four-wheel on there too.
I'm sorry, a bathhouse?
Yeah.
Could just pay someone a trailer converted.
I mean, technically, if you had a bus, you could just trailer a vehicle behind it. And then you could off-road in a Jeep and just go back to your bus.
Do people really convert trailers into bathhouses?
Maybe.
How do you get into it?
I'm assuming there's a door.
Is there a little walkway? I'm assuming they get like a roof and shit on it. 'Cause it's not a bathhouse if it's not covered. At that point, it's just a pond.
Yeah.
Exposed to the elements.
Let's read a thank you.
Oh, I forgot that I was doing that. I had one pulled up. Okay. This one says, I just wanted to say thank you for all you guys do. I honestly believe if it was not for you and your husband, I'd still be in such a toxic relationship. I spent almost 10 years of my life in a relationship with someone who didn't care about me and manipulated in so many ways to the point where I lost myself and became extremely numb to the world around me. I was ashamed of myself and who I was. I became someone I didn't even recognize. I felt like I had to stay in it because we had a child together and I didn't want her to grow up in a broken home. I started watching your podcast about 6 months ago and finally took the leap to better myself and my mental health about 5 months ago.
So they've been watching since the beginning. Because we're 6 months in.
Yeah, and this was sent in May. Mm-hmm. And your podcasts have helped me in so many ways. I now know I can't accomplish all of these things on my own. And even my daughter is happier now because of it. I learned 2 happy homes is better than 1 broken one.
Fucking right it is.
I cannot even begin to thank you guys enough. Long story short, I'm doing so much better now, and I truly believe that's because of you guys. So not only is she living her life for herself and her daughter now, she's showing her daughter what it's like to put yourself first.
Right. It's a big deal.
That is a really big deal. Oh, God, I want to cry.
Rachel said on the financial responsibility, reality checks are needed and understanding the consequences of your choices is needed. Communication 1000%. Like Peaches said, overspending could leave you homeless. How do you deal? Oh, here's another one. Oh, there's a super chat too. Sabrina Hubbard. I love supporting the both of you and I'm excited, nervous to hear the response to my email. By the way, I wore my Love Is Not Enough shirt out today in town and got questions, told them about the podcast. Is that, I wonder if that's the Sabrina that we recorded yesterday that
Correct.
I decided not to post.
Correct.
Well, I feel like a dick. Maybe we'll just send it to her. I don't know. I haven't even edited that yet because that was like an hour of email that I after we were done, I was like, I don't want to post this.
Have you seen that Jonah Hill meme where he's like,
Yeah.
you said her name and I was like,
That's funny. The one that I was getting ready to read before that super chat came through that said, how do you deal with a mother-in-law that is overbearing and controls every decision being made? You can't get your partner to set boundaries. We are of the mindset that when you get married, your partner is the most important thing in the world. And the outside opinion of family members do not matter.
correct.
And they need to put you as a priority. And when that boundary gets overstepped, they need to be told.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't join your family. We started our own. So you can step the fuck back
Mm-hmm. or
or not come here anymore.
Right.
I'm very hard on that. That's a hard limit for me.
Mm-hmm.
If either one of our families decided to get involved in our marriage and try to dictate the way things are going or overstep boundaries, I'd write them the fuck off.
Right.
You're not making me choose between you and them.
Mm-hmm.
It was just not happening. And you're definitely not going to put us at odds. You start making waves in my fucking reality, you're out of here.
Yeah, if a family member is willing to put you in a position of choosing them or your spouse, that's fucked up of that family member.
Yeah.
Very fucked up, very manipulative.
Yeah. For you guys who are in this, that are in marriages or relationships that are your partners are aware of us and are aware that you do this, moving forward, emails that are sent from couples where both perspectives are laid out will be prioritized. I will skip the whole fucking line for an email that has his and her conversation laid out or however your relationship is.
His perspective, her perspective.
Yeah, each perspective. I don't give a fuck what your dynamic is in the relationship, but if I can get both sides of a story or both sides of a thing to work through, I will prioritize that above all. So if you guys are having issues and you want to do those things, fucking send it as a one email between both of you. Give her story or his story and then the other person's story in like one email. I'll let the emailers, the screeners to know that we want to prioritize those. And if we have to fucking get those and then have the screeners remove the SA content or DV content because some of you guys haven't got that hint yet,
Yeah.
we can fucking do that.
I think it should be where they send one individually.
So they can't read it?
Right, because I don't want her to type
I
hers
agree with
out
that.
and then he reads it over and he goes,
I agree with that.
she's wrong. This is what really happens.
Yeah.
I want a unfiltered, unbiased account.
Right. Of their perspective of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be even better. That would be even better.
Like you guys label it part 1 or part 2.
Big Hoss said it's really hard. It's really nice to listen to y'all's views on partner relationships, but it's also hard to listen when you are single and needing that affection or acceptance with somebody. That's the best time to listen to what we're doing.
I concur. Yes, that is the best time to listen to what we are doing because
You can do the work.
you can do the work and it's also going to make you take a step back and say, am I really interested in this person? They're just filling my emotional needs in this moment.
Right. Yep. Demon said, will you or have you made a podcast about your dynamic? Do you mean about our traditional values? Are you asking about the DS lifestyle? I mean, I don't know really what you're asking there.
I feel like our whole podcast is our dynamic.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
There are things that we will omit. There are things that we are going to keep private no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And we've just chosen not to answer those things. But Zach said that form can be modified for 2 different perspectives too.
Oh, dope.
Clarissa said in that subject, have the same title with the names or however. I think that would be good, like wife of or husband of as the email, so that we know we can correlate them. And if they come at the same time, they'll come back to back. Like they can get on emails, laptops, or phones and send it from the couch. Like,
yeah. A heads up email would be dope too.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, my partner and I have discussed this. We are both going to send in emails. This is going to be the title of it. Look out for it. So when it comes in, you know.
Yeah. Nicole Forrester said, I was in an abusive relationship for years, got out, gained growth through DBT and CBT. Radical honesty and radical accountability ring true in my soul. You two give me hope for my next relationship.
I love that.
Yep. Sabrina said, I would love to do that, but the way my fiance's grammar and punctuation is set up, Peaches would struggle hard.
I'm almost willing to pay somebody to retype that shit.
Well, I mean, we've got people asking for shit at this point. Like people really want to help what we're doing. Somebody said, I'm sorry, Christina said, I am ready for someone in my life. I am so ready for someone in my life. I hope that you guys who are doing the work find the people that you deserve.
I agree. What's going on in TikTok?
Is it sus if you broke up and the person plans a vacation with someone a week later with someone they told you not to worry about? I mean, it could be, but if you're not together anymore, what does it matter?
Hey, I have a question. Is this stuff you broke up with the person planning vacation with someone a week later and someone they told you not to worry about?
I understand that there's going to be hurt there, but if you're not together anymore, what does it matter? Move on.
Right.
Find your happiness. They found theirs. You being hurt by it's not going to affect their life in any way, shape, or form.
I would say, why does it matter? Even if it is something to be suspicious about, clearly they don't care that you know that they're going on vacation together. They clearly don't care that it bothered you in the relationship.
Right.
So why put weight on the feelings that you are getting from knowing the backstory? Focus on yourself. Focus on your life. Let them live the way they want to live. I can guarantee they're not worried about how you're feeling. So why put yourself in that mindset to obsess over it?
Right. Madison corrected herself. Oh, hey, I know who that is. I literally just read 2 emails and comments from her today.
What?
That question that asked about the mother-in-law interfering. She then said, I should correct myself. How do you deal with the mom of your boyfriend who is constantly interfering and blocking you from furthering your relationship to get to that marriage?
Why is he letting the mom?
That's the question.
This is on him.
Yeah.
He needs to set boundaries with his mother.
Yeah. We apparently the boundaries have been set. That was the email that I was reading to you right before we sat down. That was the one that literally just came through today. There was a follow-up. She posted in Patreon. I read the Patreon thing too, and then went back and found the email.
I remember now. I remember.
Pikachu said, thank you for the love, prayers, and support from y'all. We're still a work in progress. So real shit, there are people who have been a part of the To Be Better family, and I'm going to call it that because we've built a fucking community together that have been here since TikTok before we did anything podcast related, and she's one of those people.
Yeah.
And there have been people who have been here the entire time that have kind of fallen off because we've gotten so busy. It's hard to stay in contact with everyone sometimes.
I do want to say before you keep going, I do appreciate the people who understand, who have been here since the beginning, that we are super spread thin right now because this is now a legit business, not just a hobby.
Right.
So for those of you who are still here and appreciate the interactions that we can continue to have when we can have them, it's super dope that you guys are understanding of that.
But right. I agree 100% with that. But knowing that like she's still here and sending emails and now there's a super chat here, like it makes me feel good to know that it's been 6 months since we've been doing this plus the TikTok platform before and people are still invested in what we're doing.
Yeah.
And we're invested in their lives. Like I look forward to those emails. I may not
yeah.
respond to them, but I read them. You know what I mean? Like,
Me too.
I don't know.
I care about these people.
Same. Do you want to read that? He is very, very financially independent on them. Oh, okay. That's why.
I'm so confused. What?
That Madison Hines person said that he's dependent on them financially because he's finishing school. So I'm assuming they're young.
Oh man, that's the kind of situation where you have to decide, is this person worth tolerating his mother's behavior to get to the point to where he can get through school, get a job, and you guys can go out on your own and he doesn't have to worry about their opinions anymore.
Right. Sometimes you just got to suffer for a little bit.
Right.
Bite the bullet and get through things.
Mm-hmm.
Apple Baby said that she's been here since the beginning too. I don't know who that is though. APL Baby. I'm assuming that means Apple Baby. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making shit up at this point. But I feel like I know that I've seen the name a lot recently, but I don't remember it in the beginning. Now I feel like an ass. We don't do Facebook like that, Demon. We have a To Be Better podcast page, but our personal pages are completely locked down.
Yeah.
We don't do things outside of each other. So like we have the To Be Better podcast Instagram that we both have access to. We have a joint photography page. I have my own photography page from when I had a photography business that I still actively use. But even my personal Instagram is completely locked up. Like I don't want people messaging us and trying to do that. I would rather things be done through a platform where there can be no
It's transparency.
right transparency. Do you want to read that email and then call it a day? Because we're like 2.5 hours in. Do you want me to pull up the name of the email?
Yes.
All right. Because she's in here. Might as well, right?
Yeah, why not? Somebody in the TikTok said wifey material, but too many tattoos. And like I get it, everyone's entitled to your preference. Like I've said before, I'm not everyone's chai tea latte.
Okay, so first of all, you're not wifey material because you're my wife.
Right.
So that's not a thing. You're not wifey material. You're mine.
Yes.
So fuck them. And I like the way you look.
Right. Them saying that made me want to get a tattoo on my face.
Instantly made me sweat.
Yeah.
I'll fucking choke the life out of somebody over that shit.
Okay.
It's called I'm Battling If This Is Worth It. I'm sweaty now.
I didn't think that would get you upset like that. I'm sorry.
That's disrespectful as a motherfucker. You're married. So for anybody to be like, you're wifey material. No, she's married. She's not wifey material. She's
Right.
taken. Your fucked up view of what a woman is because of her appearance, of her tattoos, like you even fucking have a chance, bro. You don't.
I assume that everybody who's in the live knows that we're married.
Yeah, I know. You would assume that, but you're
Yeah.
live on TikTok. It could just be somebody that was scrolling that saw you were live. That made me sweaty.
I would just found it funny that
Jealous and overprotective. I own it.
I just found it funny that they felt the need to comment on the tattoos, and my initial reaction was like, yeah, I get it. I want to go get another one now, though. What was it called? I'm battling what?
Battling If This Is Worth It. We got another super chat while you're looking for that. It says, you helped us mature in our relationship 16 to 27.
I'm not seeing it.
It's from Madison Hines, Madisyn. And I'm pretty sure she sent a follow-up earlier. Or maybe that was what I saw on Discord or Patreon.
I'm not seeing it.
How? You want me to read it?
I'm not going to retain anything you say. You can read it. You gonna come find it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
You didn't spell it the way I told you to spell it.
What do you mean I didn't spell it the way you told me to spell it? Spell it. I didn't hear you tell me to spell it any sort of way.
Maybe you didn't. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. I'm sweaty and frustrated now. Yep, that's the thing.
Okay.
We got another super chat too.
Okay, read it because I need a moment before I get into this email.
Says, I just want to say you two are amazing people. Y'all genuinely care about people and each other. I look forward to seeing more from you guys, including my email response when it gets to y'all. LOL. Brandon 4.9. I'm almost positive that I just recently read his email as well. Simply Haley, $20. I appreciate y'all's content so much. I've been debating sending an email, but I took the check-in questions to my husband Tuesday night. He said he didn't know if we could fix things. Now he's acting like nothing happened. So what you do is you print the email out, you print the PDF out, and you go back to your husband. Say, I need 2 hours of your time. That's it. I'm asking for 2 hours. This could either fix our relationship or truly let us know that there's no saving it. The worst case scenario is that it's going to be exactly the way that it is right now. If you have the ability to make things better, wouldn't you take them? It's a 2 hour conversation. We're not going to argue. We're not going to fight. We are literally just going to talk about it. 2 hours. Somebody's not willing to give you 2 hours at a time. Says everything you need to know. KKN66 says, I've been since the beginning and I'm in the Discord as Kimberly Nevin. Keep up the great work. I adore you both. I actually knew that you've been here for, your name is one of those that I've recognized since TikTok.
Yep. Okay.
Brooklyn said, not jealous, Chris. You're just definitely protective and we've got y'all's back. I don't think you guys understand. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything that's going to incriminate myself on here.
Somebody just said I want a Philly cheesesteak.
Ooh, me too. Love those.
I'm hungry. I want more of those pork bun things that we got.
Yeah, what was that? That's the first time I've ever had one of those.
Right? The mouthfeel.
Definitely worth $6.
Would it be worth it for me to go pick up just those? Oh, something strange happened to the iPad. What is happening? Okay, well, this is just my life now, guys. It's all whited out and just her name is highlighted in yellow. So the text is very faint and I don't know how to correct this.
Press Control Z on the keyboard.
Nothing.
Pork steam buns. That's exactly what it was.
Oh, it was so good.
What flavor is that vape? That's Durban Poison, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the email.
Okay. I'm battling if this is worth it. I'm a 19-year-old in college while working full-time. I've been in a relationship for almost a year, 10 months to be exact, and my boyfriend is 21, who is also in college and does not work but plays D2 lacrosse. What's D2 lacrosse?
So he's a Division II athlete. He plays lacrosse.
Oh. I'm writing to you guys because I really wanted an unbiased opinion from two people who I really respect and you can learn some valuable advice from. I'm going to talk about the beginning just so you can have an understanding. My boyfriend and I first started dating about a year ago, right before I was going to start attending college with him at our local private college. So you're talking about the 10 months ago, right?
You have to read it again.
She said they first started dating about a year ago, right before she started attending college with him. So this is that same time frame of 10 months ago.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
Okay. Well, she's in the chat, so if not, she'll correct it.
Okay, dope. We knew of each other in the high school, as we were both from the same town and went to rival high schools. I really have nothing to say about that time when we first started dating. We were in the honeymoon phase and everything seemed great.
That's how that always works. I mean, it's normally how that works. Not always, but that's how that works.
I suffer from severe anxiety and seasonal depression, so meeting his family was a little bit scary for me, but after meeting everyone, I felt very welcomed and was extremely happy. We started dating in August, and his 21st birthday was in October. A little backstory about this is my boyfriend and his family are very well known around our town for being very wealthy and having a lot of things that many people don't. People joke to me all the time that I'm only with him because of his money. When I explain to him that it's not his money, it's his family's money, when they understand, they kind of back off. Then they understand to kind of back off.
It's a really good point. It's not his money, it's his family's.
It's also how shitty of that how shitty is that?
Right.
Like, we're going to joke around that you're a fucking gold digger. Way to lower somebody's self-worth.
Yeah. Why don't you tell me how you really feel about me?
Right. Look at you jumping to a negative conclusion. Besides that, his 21st birthday was coming up in October, so his family had planned to have his birthday at their home. We had invited 30 to maybe 40 people, all of our friends and a lot of his family, to the party to celebrate his birthday. I don't have 40 people I would invite to a party.
I don't either. I don't think I would have 10. Real shit. Like in my real life, I have less than 10 people that I would invite to go do something like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone was drinking and having a great time, and at the end of the night, I had been drinking, and I had planned to have a friend come pick me up. She ended up getting tied up with something else and wasn't able to come and get me for reasonable reasons. So I had told my boyfriend that I was going to call an Uber to take me home. So she capitalized the T, the M, and the H and take me home. And my mind just went, take me home tonight.
Welcome to my world.
I don't want to let you go tonight. You know, I heard somebody say, I can't remember if it was on a show or something, but they said, call me Eddie Money because I'm going to take you home tonight, or take me home tonight. And they're like, or they said, like, call you Eddie Money because you're going to take me home tonight. And they're like, no, Eddie Money is saying, take me home tonight. So if anything, I'm the guy who's trying to take Eddie Money home tonight. He didn't want me riding home and an Uber by myself. Oh, in an Uber by myself. So he went to his mom to ask if I could stay the night. Mind you, I'm 19 and he is 21. His family is very traditional, so they have a very strict rules about me not staying the night with him or vice versa. I had explained to him that I didn't want him asking his parents if I could stay the night because I knew their rules and I didn't want to disrespect them. So, this is just the thought process I just had. They're okay with supplying alcohol to somebody under the legal age, but they were kind of iffy about letting you spend the night because you're too intoxicated to drive.
That's a good point.
Okay. I wish he would have listened to me because this is when all hell broke loose. He went up to his mom and she had been drinking as well. But the way she had reacted is something I can barely describe myself. She started going off about how disrespectful I was to even ask if I could stay the night when I knew the rules and he knew better than to ask. So I stand by my previous statement. So they're okay with getting a under the legal age person. So in this context, I'm going to call them a minor.
Right. Well, they are. That's illegal as shit.
You're getting a minor intoxicated and then blowing up over the fact that said intoxicated minor can no longer get themselves home safely. How dare you even ask me?
Yeah. You would think being that they're a family with means, they could pay for an Uber to get her there or a cab or...
Well, his thing is that he didn't feel like it was safe for her to go by herself in an Uber late at night intoxicated.
They're a family of money.
Right.
So the Uber picks them both up.
Mm.
She gets dropped off, and then he gets brought back.
He rides back. Yeah. I don't know.
Here's the even bigger point. Knowing that she couldn't stay the night there, and this is his woman, he shouldn't have been drinking so that he could have drove her home.
Yeah.
How about that?
That is another point. It's his 21st birthday, though.
So what?
And we're
You think that that's the first time he's ever tasted alcohol?
No, it's
yeah,
not.
exactly.
I mean, clearly it's not. She's a minor and she's intoxicated.
Right.
But it's my birthday.
They don't mean shit to me.
That's really how I hear those people in my mind when they get stupid intoxicated for their birthday and they're sloppy. In my mind, they're literally going, "It's my birthday."
Yeah. Ugh. Yep.
Crazy. After she started screaming in front of all 30 to 40 people, I had gone downstairs in the bathroom and started crying because I was upset because I didn't understand what I had done to deserve this. The answer could have been a simple no, but instead she decided to publicly humiliate me in front of all of our friends.
That's fucked up.
That is really fucked up. The whole situation's fucked up.
I agree.
Everything's fucked up.
I agree, but at 19 years old, she's a kid still, right?
Yes, she is. The mother is 100% in the wrong.
Right.
How dare you, as a woman, set that example for other women?
Mm-hmm. Right. Have some fucking couth.
Ugh. I don't think women recognize that other women are observing your actions.
She just said that she told me earlier in the day to drink and have a good time, that they would make sure I got home safe. This is why. This is the kind of shit that makes me not want to allow our daughter to move out when she's an adult. And I know that, like, we really need to have that boys and girls raised differently scenario, because our son, when he turns 18, I want him to move out. Go start your life, bro. Like, find your woman, get your career, do your thing. But I don't want that for our daughter. I would rather our daughter stay here until she meets a man that's worthy of her and can do the thing like the way that both her real father and I have treated you. Is that's a lot to ask, right? Like, when you, I don't know, we have to talk about that, I guess, because that
You just threw a lot at me.
I know, I just threw a lot out of me, because
You know, it's really crazy. Living with you is wild, and I love it. It's so much fun.
you have to explain that one.
So you do that quite a lot, where you have a thought and you just, it's like a bullet train of information out of your mouth and into my brain. And it's a lot to process.
Yeah.
I'm able to process it. Like, I understand everything you're saying. Just knowing like where your thoughts are. Now, when we revisit this conversation later, we pretty much already know what's going to happen.
Right.
It's just, it's dope being on that wavelength where you just spewed all of that at me. And I know what the end, I just know.
Okay.
I understood. Things are going off on TikTok.
Things are going off in here too. She said, Madison said, and she still says she's done nothing wrong. Someone else wrote, he's 21 and can't have a girl over when it's not her fault. Somebody else wrote, so what if you drive and get in a car wreck or get into an Uber and get taken advantage of? That mom is gross.
Yes, that is, her son's in his 20s.
You know the society that we live in. There would be no repercussions to that family from a normal family if that young lady got hurt. As a father, if that was my daughter and she got drunk at a party and Ubered home and I found out that she was taken advantage of by an Uber driver or was molested, I'd kill that whole fucking family.
Yeah.
And then when the judge goes, what happened? I'd smile in the courtroom and I would do my bid. I'm that guy. Like, I don't fucking understand how weak and pathetic our country has gotten.
I don't know. So her son, in this instance, 21. Let's say that she had him in her 20s. She's mid to late 40s when all of this happened, and this is how she's fucking acting.
I really shouldn't have just said that on a live stream. That may get us kicked off YouTube Live. I say shit like that constantly when we're alone and recording because I know I can cut it.
Can that really get us kicked off of YouTube Live?
It might.
That would really suck.
For entertainment purposes only. I don't know. Anyways, we'll find out if it just gets shut off. I think we get a violation warning first. They were not just going to remove us from YouTube.
Okay.
But I need to dial that back a little bit. I need to check my frustration.
I agree with that, yeah. If we got kicked off of
It's not what you were saying last night. Miss, I'd love to see you fucking lose it on somebody and protecting me. It's hot. Da 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 da.
Do not.
What you smirking for and turning red over there?
Do not take my very hot and steamy romance novel-like scenario in my mind and apply it to this situation.
It's so funny.
Do not taint that thought for me.
That's so funny.
You're funny. I
try.
enjoy you.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Okay. Oh, I feel so bad that I just had such a great time and I'm laughing and I'm getting back to this and she was just humiliated in front of a bunch of people and this was an experience for her.
Well, it didn't happen today, so
Right?
maybe
Yeah.
she's worked through it.
I hope so. If it makes you feel any
Butter?
any better, I bet majority of the people there judged her fucking hard.
Oh, I'm
for
sure they
acting like
did.
that.
I'm sure the younger crowd did. The older probably just accepted it because they're a family, that has something. Somebody said, the ideology of women staying home until married is seen in my culture, and it's for that reason Chris stated. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. It's going to be a side piece. I don't even want to get into that. I have so many thoughts on that whole scenario.
So I'm just going to get into the email.
Okay.
This really hurt me as I come from a pretty rough childhood and my biological mom is not in my life because she chose other things over me. So when I had the thought of being able to come into his life and make a connection with his mom to have a mother figure in my life like I never had, it really hurt to know that she would speak about me in those ways. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt that she had been drinking and that she was just overwhelmed because of all the people at her party. However, if it didn't stop there. However...
Sorry, fucking Zach. He said it makes me butter. My wheels are churning. I fucking love dad jokes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
that
that's
was
good.
That was really well timed, too.
That was really good.
Oh, man. I'm going to take this off and listen to you without headphones for a little bit.
I had a thought and you said the dad joke and now it's gone.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. That shit's funny. It'll come back to you.
No, I don't think it will. I just read the sentence over again. Oh, it did come back. So she's doing all of these very nasty things to you. And you said, however, it didn't stop there. As the months went on, him and I would have slight hiccups in our relationship, and he is very emotional, and it's very hard for him to hide his emotions when he is upset, especially about me. So it's not that it's you, it is any girl who would date her son. Moms are never just nasty to teenage girlfriends for like real specific reasons. You know, she's not good enough for him. She's 15. They're going to high school. He needs to learn how to navigate dating. Don't try to taint any of that. You can give advice. Like if she is constantly putting him down and being verbally abusive to him, I would step in and be like, okay, this is kind of unacceptable. We're putting a stop to this and we're going to talk about self-worth for a minute. Having slight little hiccups and then jumping on the bandwagon of you need to fucking leave her. He needs to learn to navigate those things. And a lot of moms have this really weird fucking obsession with their sons nowadays.
Yeah.
And
Very, very weird. We get a lot of that.
yeah. I'm excited for our son to grow into being a man and being able to provide for a family and seeing him live life to his happiest and being able to provide for his family. And I look forward to him being a strong, independent man.
Yeah.
And being able to do everything that we are raising him to do or follow whatever pursuit he wants to follow. I could never imagine being jealous.
Yeah.
Or spiteful. What are you smiling about?
Because Zeke said, yeah, it'll come back like the dad. Unlike the dad. It came back unlike the dad. He's still at the store getting milk.
Too soon. It still hurts, guys. Stop it. No, I'm kidding. I resolve my trauma. So anytime he would get into the slightest little fight, he would go home and he would be upset and his mom would be livid at the idea that I was hurting her son. Crazy that she's livid over the fact that a girlfriend's hurting her son when she's not mad about the fact that she herself as his mother is damaging him.
Right. She probably doesn't see that she's doing anything wrong.
Close to Christmas time, my boyfriend and I had been going through memories in our phones, and I saw something in his phone that really caught me off guard. I had seen that he had been snapping a girl that he had previously slept with a couple of months before we had gotten together. It was only in the first week or two of us being together, but I really did feel betrayed because we had been talking. I hate that term, for a month and a half before we even started dating. This threw up a lot of red flags for me as I had been previously cheated on before by someone else. Okay, so I'm gonna pause. So, he slept with a girl. They're not in a relationship. He Snapchatted her the first week or two of you guys just communicating. And then once you started dating, he stopped. Or once you guys started getting serious in your conversations, that stopped. I can understand how the hurt and the trauma from being betrayed previously, you can feel that sting. In my eyes, he did everything right.
Yeah.
He can still converse with somebody if things didn't work out. And you guys are just talking. You're not even committed to dating yet. Once he recognized that's to the point where it was going with your guys' conversation, he stopped the conversations with her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious as if there was conversation being had about them being a thing.
You mean him and the other girl?
No matter how that played out. If there was conversations of them being a thing, whether he was talking to somebody else or sleeping with somebody else. Because the way I see this is if you're talking to somebody and you start talking to someone else, even if things are not official, there's already ground rule for infidelity.
Right.
Because you're not being honest. Because you should clarify, hey, just so you know, I am talking to someone else. And if this goes somewhere, I'll stop talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
But full disclosure, I am talking to someone else right now because it's the courting phase.
Right.
I would want to know that. I don't want to build a foundation in quicksand. So if they're sleeping with somebody else and they start talking to you, does the person that they're sleeping with know that the person they're sleeping with is not speaking to other people on a potentially romantic level? These things matter to me. Like,
I agree with that. If he slept with her and they stopped sleeping together and they're just friends at that point, like, hey, this isn't going to work out, but I do like you as a person.
Yeah.
And they're just having a friendship. And then she comes along and he recognizes that could be conflict later on in a relationship and he just stops talking to her as a friend altogether. I don't remember why I was saying that because I don't remember what your point was. What did you say?
My point was that if you were talking to two people at once, there's an infidelity happening.
Right. Okay. So I agree with that point. I want to clarify that my point was they could have been friends and then he could have recognized that them having that friendship could have been problematic for her.
She clarified.
Yeah.
No, we were dating when the snaps were happening, but it was in the first couple of weeks.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that because you said that.
Somebody said they sent a donation. I'm not seeing any donations come through.
Yeah, I'm glad she clarified that because she said it was only in the first week or two of us being together, but I really did feel betrayed. We had been talking for a month and a half before we even started dating.
Yeah.
So that confused me. Okay. He was upset, went home, and he then talked to his mom and his family about this argument as well. It wouldn't have been a big deal if he had just explained to me from the beginning that it wasn't what I thought it was. Instead, he snatched his phone away and blocked the girl so that I wasn't even able to see what was being said or done through Snapchat. Never run to your family and cry wolf every time you have an argument with your person.
Negativity bias.
He could be running and telling them every little negative thing you've done. And that's why she has so much animosity built up towards you because he's making it seem like your guys' relationship is absolutely awful and he hates it here.
Right.
If you want to talk about relationship issues, you guys need to go to therapy individually and work on your aspects of things and get different perspectives and then come together and do couples therapy. Don't use your family as therapists because they already have a bias towards you.
Right.
He was very defensive and almost acted as if he had something to hide. Now, I completely believe him, and I don't ever think that anything crazy went on. However, in the moment, I was very upset, and I felt that I had every right to be. As time goes on, I attend his games with my parents because my parents have always been very supportive of him and our relationship. My parents are the type of parents that would take anyone in off the streets and give anyone a shirt off their back if they could. So colliding two families that are complete and polar opposites was a little bit challenging, to say the least. I would go to the games with my mom and dad, and his parents would just act as if we didn't even exist, as if we weren't good enough to speak to them nor be around them. As time goes on, my parents decided to stop going to the games because they felt disrespected and thought that they had done something wrong to make his parents dislike them. This affected me because I take pride in my family. They are very hardworking and loving parents that had done everything that they can to provide the best life for me and my brother. So they're not going to be around his family. They're going to support you and your man.
Mm.
So if that first interaction was a negative one and they completely ignored you guys, why would you continue trying to interact with them? The whole continuing feel like they were being disrespected and that his parents don't like them, that's because there was continuous interactions.
Right. It sounds to me like this family thinks that there's some hot shit, and it sounds like he's gone and dropped a whole bunch of problems in their fucking lap. So they have a negativity bias towards her.
Right.
And they're beefing. It sounds like some fucking Family Feud type shit.
It really does. And I agree, the family does sound like they think that they're hot shit because they have money.
Yeah.
And they have things that other people want.
She said, but I thought we had a sense of loyalty because we had been talking for a month prior to them dating. So
that's something that should have been discussed.
It should have been. But I view that talking phase as what people would call courting back in the day.
Right.
Because it is. I'm talking to someone. I'm getting to know them to find out if this is going to go somewhere. If you've been talking to somebody for a month and they've been talking to someone else and you don't know about it, it's a problem.
Right.
They're not being honest with you. You are building a foundation in quicksand. It does not take much to go, hey, you and I are fucking hitting it off. We're getting along really well. I want full disclosure. I am talking to somebody else and it may go somewhere with them. Just know that that's a thing. If this goes somewhere, I'll stop talking to them. And if you have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you.
I agree with that. It should definitely be disclosed.
Yep.
You should also never assume that they're just not speaking to anybody else.
Yeah.
If you want that clarification or you want to have that, just so you know I'm not speaking to anybody else, I would like to know that you're doing the same.
Yeah, that should be on the very first conversation. Like, hey, are you talking to anybody?
Yeah.
Because then you would know flat out, like if they are.
That was one of the conversations we had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they weren't, or if they were and they told you they weren't, you know you got a liar when you find out things were going, you know what I mean? Like,
correct.
I don't know.
I'm reading back to something real quick, so if you have something you want to do.
I accidentally fucking closed the tab. I'm going back to Patreon because she commented on Patreon today and said, I wanted to add to the thread of the email I sent that my boyfriend has finally sat down with not only his friends and his mom and set boundaries, as well as explaining to them that he is at fault for a lot of the things and that the treatment I was receiving was wrong and undeserved. This is an extreme leap for him, as I have asked him for months to have those conversations. That goes a long way with me. Taking that accountability and facing up to people that you look up to or that look down on you and like setting like, hey, I fucked up. This is really what happened. You can take your negativity bias and shove it up your ass. Moving forward, I need you to respect what I've got going on. Like, that goes a long way for me.
Yeah, I agree.
She said she was told that he wasn't speaking to other people.
So he lied.
She lied. We had that conversation very early on. She said, this is...
So now I'm getting he's the rich kid who thinks he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. This has...
an air of arrogance.
What was that show that we watched on Netflix that were looking for gold with the rich kids versus the Pogues? Outer Banks.
Outer Banks. Yeah.
This is the rich kid vibe.
Oh yeah, very much the rich kid vibe.
Wow.
I'm glad you sent that follow-up Patreon message because
Yeah.
I'm having a negativity bias towards him. Oh gosh. Okay, they decided to stop going. This affected me. So I started attending the games by myself, and things just kept getting weirder and weirder as time goes on. His mom wouldn't speak to me, and his dad would say very few words. His brothers were still okay with me, but it was all very odd. Eventually, it got to the point when he was in mid-season that he really didn't have enough time for me due to practice, weightlifting, and games. This was okay at first, as I understood, because I had played lacrosse my entire life too. But at the time, but at that time, that he did not have. But oh, fuck.
Spit it out, woman.
I'm trying. We've been sitting here for a while.
Yep, we're 3 hours and 10 minutes. Definitely going to be calling it after this one.
My eyes hurt. But the time that he did have, he was spending with his guy friends and barely making any time for me. As well as his mom would change the rules every day that he would come over, and the time he would have to be home was changing and becoming earlier and earlier. Isn't he 21?
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't allowed to spend his money on me anymore. As well as calling him and texting him repeatedly while we were together to know what he was doing, where he was, who he was with, and what time he was coming home. I'm gonna be honest, this might be one of those situations where, like, I don't think college is for me. If this is the shit I have to deal with,
You don't have to worry about that.
for
man.
you to pay for my college, I would still go to college.
Yeah.
I'd work my ass off and take loans and do what I need to do. I would definitely take the hard route for it, but I'm not going to sit back for the easy route and have my mom blow my shit up like this and try to be so controlling at 21 years old.
Well, he doesn't have his own shit yet, so until he does, he's kind of on that leash. You know that. Oh, never mind.
What?
We're live.
What do you want to say?
I'll
What
tell
is
you.
it in geared?
It's just me being an asshole.
Oh,
I'll save it.
you're not going to remember.
No, I will.
Will you?
Mm-hmm. Sabrina, people, I set out her banks and they're like, I love this. And Sabrina was like, gives me Rafe vibes. Rafe was the one that I was talking about. Yeah.
Rafe. That's the crazy one, right?
Yeah. Rafe and Topper vibes, 100,000% creepy. That's funny. We are children, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm.
I don't, I'm glad that whatever it is that they got figured out, but I don't understand how things can go so bad so fast and people not walk away from it. Because all I can think of in this whole scenario is that she said that they were talking.
Mm.
He said that they were exclusive. He had Snapchat.
Found out he lied.
That's a problem.
Yes.
Because there's only one reason for Snapchat.
Be sneaky.
Right.
Little sneaky.
Because you can do everything that you're going to do on Snapchat on a whole bunch of other apps. They just don't delete themselves.
Correct.
So, regardless of how amazing everything is now, the foundation of this relationship was built on a lie
Yes.
and a whole bunch of drama.
I'm going to be honest. This is, my eyeballs are hurting me and I'm mentally drained. And I don't know if I want to finish this email.
His family paid for the whole lacrosse team to even be a thing at our school. They got like money.
Is he worth it?
She wrote, he doesn't have a choice.
Like, I really want you to think about this right now. If you marry this man, you're going to have to deal with his family for the rest of your life. Holidays, you guys have children. Now she's grandma. You know damn well she's going to overstep boundaries as grandma. That's a lot to think about.
Yeah. Unless he sets those boundaries.
I hope he does.
It could be one of those things too that he realizes that family money is not his money. And if he realizes that, he's getting what he can get out of it until he's an adult and like fucking on his own out of school and shit. And that could be a very different thing. Somebody wrote, any advice on trying to win back your teammate after losing them to your anger? You didn't lose them to your anger. You lost them to the choice that you made.
I need you to repeat that.
Any advice on trying to win back your teammate after losing them to your anger? The way that you react when angry is a choice.
Yeah, that's a you thing.
It's a decision. You make a decision to get angry. Nobody can make you anything. Your feelings are yours. There's a choice on its own. And the way that you respond or react to things while you're angry is also a decision.
Correct.
So don't sound like a victim.
Mm-hmm.
You made decisions to do asshole shit,
Yeah.
and now you're reaping the consequences from it. So the
Yeah.
choice is go to anger management, learn how to control your emotions, and then reach out to your teammate and be like, hey, I realize I fucked up. I just signed up for anger management classes. I'm going to start working on me to be a better version so that this doesn't happen again. I'm going to start trying to worry about getting my shit under control. And don't do it because you want your teammate back. Do it because you don't know how to control your emotions. You lack discipline in that area of your life, and you need to fix that.
Also, be willing to accept that you've done a lot of damage to this person with your anger.
Yeah.
And you can go through all of the work and make yourself a better person and learn how to control your anger. That doesn't mean they have to take you back.
Correct.
They could have 100% just been a stepping stone for you to better yourself for the next person, and you were a learning lesson for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this could be a learning lesson for you too.
That's why I said a stepping stone.
Yeah, for both of them. Do you want to just skim to the bottom of that and see if there's anything in there that we can address? Because if all the shit's already happened in the past and the family started making adjustments to this, like, I guess we can, since she's here still, if you have actual questions to the email that we can just kind of skip through, because we don't need all the backstory at this point. We know that, like, we get it, the type of person he is. We know that there's been betrayal. What is it that you're asking us, or what can we do?
Well, the email disappeared.
That's good. That's
so
a thing.
I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. Oh, found it. Okay. Down to the bottom. We would have to read the rest of the email to answer her question because it's at the end and said I would appreciate some advice or input on the situation.
Okay. Madison, is there anything that you can give us, just a short blurb of what you need in 200 characters so that we don't have to read the rest of the email? That hasn't been addressed already because you added on Patreon that he's already stepped up and set boundaries.
That goat cheese is going to be so good.
It's in the fridge.
We're going to have to bake it.
Yeah.
With some herbs and spices.
I want, what?
Jordan just bought Patreon.
Holy shit.
Thank you.
Jordan, I don't know if you're even in our chat still at this point, but I appreciate everything that you're doing. I need to send him a text message. Blurb. While we're waiting, does anybody else have any questions or anything that they would like to discuss? We're not going to be on here much longer.
I want to take a bath.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had a little table so I could knit in the bath. But because our bath is so wonkily shaped, I can't find a tray to sit on there.
It's easy. You just get a piece of that could happen. That would not be hard to do. We could get a wire rack that just sits across the tub, or get a piece of wood that's sealed and just set it across the tub.
But we have a very deep tub, so I don't want it like up here. I want it like to sit
Oh
over
yeah,
my
that wouldn't
stomach.
be a thing. You're right in that. You could get something that could actually sit in the tub.
You need a Peaches recipe for what? The goat cheese dip? Zeke, are we still doing the recipe book? I want to make biscuits and gravy. You want biscuits and gravy for dinner tomorrow?
Yeah. Can we do it tonight?
I don't have anything to make biscuits and gravy tonight.
Oh no. Instacart again? Darn.
I will make biscuits and gravy tonight if you want to Instacart the stuff.
She says, how do I better my relationship with his mom? That was her question.
How do you better your relationship with his mom?
To get her to better the situation.
Oh my God. I wouldn't do anything right now. You don't poke a sleeping bear.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I would sit down and talk to her. I would really sit down. Like you guys have now, he's established boundaries.
Well, it would depend. Like if you guys just had a massive blow up argument the day before, I wouldn't try to have a conversation with her. She's still in the midst of her emotional throes.
Well, we don't know if that's the case. She said that he set boundaries with the family and had a conversation and took responsibility for a lot of the shit.
Yeah.
So if she's if that has been hashed out, I think that both of you need to sit down with his mom and be like, look, this is serious. Our relationship is serious. You know, we want this to go somewhere. We see a really big future for each other. I know that you have a negativity bias towards me. What are some things that I can do to start working to get back into your good graces? Because I plan on being here for a long time. Worst that's going to happen is she's going to tell you nothing, and then you're going to fucking know where you stand. And then you can tell her to go fuck herself.
Yeah.
Great Wolf Tacticals in the chat. I'm going to be interviewing him on Monday.
Oh, dope. We got a good morning from New Zealand.
Yeah. Samantha Wilson said, when will you be going live so that I can make sure to tune in from the beginning? So hit the notification bell because it'll email you every time we go live.
Today was a pop-up live.
Today was a pop-up. We had no intention of doing this. You messaged me while you were out doing pictures today and was like, hey, let's go live later. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do that. But we go live Sunday nights for Q&As with the Patreon group, and then we go live every Thursday night. And starting the 31st of this month, we'll be doing live Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Everything is Eastern Standard Time. So 11 a.m. Wednesdays, starting the 31st, Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then Sundays at 6 or 8, depending on what we feel like doing.
I just got a good morning from Japan.
Wild.
That's insane.
Somebody asked how to get to Discord. You get to Discord by going through Patreon. Madison said, can you guys please finish the email?
Okay. Would you mind getting me a drink, please?
You just want a soda?
Yes, please. You know, I've Instacarted twice in the last 4 days. Yeah, and I forgot it both times. I'm out here just slacking. I don't know how to respond when people give me compliments. Ooh, evening from Ireland. Ireland.
That whole house smells like paint.
Yeah?
Yep.
I like the smell of paint. Thank you.
I'm going to leave this open. I don't care if it messes with the sound. It's hot in here. Ugh.
Okay. There's somebody in the TikTok chat, and his name is Dane Parrish, and I read it as Danish. Okay.
Somebody asked am I confused? YouTube and Spotify this week seem to be re-released under different names. Maybe I'm watching too much. So we released a 11.5 side piece that is a bonus content that was part of a live stream. And we posted that today as well as posting it on Spotify. So yes, it was done on a live stream, but we cut it down so that it's there for people who missed the live so that they can see it.
Right. You ready to get back into the email?
Yep, let's go.
Okay, so I started attending. Mom didn't speak to him. Brothers did. He's not hanging out with her, going out with friends. Mom's changing rules, blowing up his phone. As time goes on, I keep continuing to attend the games, and nothing has changed, so I decided to speak up. I had expressed my concerns to my boyfriend about how I thought that I may have done something, or my parents had done something to make them dislike us. He always said that his parents had never said anything, that they loved me, and that they thought that I was the best person for him. But their actions speak louder than words, and they acted completely different when he wasn't around, when I was just there by myself. Not saying this applies to this situation in a broad spectrum situation. It could just be that they're uncomfortable.
Or they're just not being honest.
What do you mean?
There's a whole lot of lying that's happened already.
Right.
So either maybe he's not telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe his parents do actually hate her guts and have said as much, but he doesn't want her feelings.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger issue here is that actions speak louder than words. So whether or not he says that they love you and think that you're the greatest thing ever, the way that they're treating you shows you that that's not true.
Right.
And it's real fucking hard to lie with your actions compared to fucking your words. I take people's actions for value. I don't dismiss that. If you treat me like shit and I think you don't like me, game on.
Right.
You're not going to smile in my face and stab me in the back. I'm not giving you that opportunity.
Mm-hmm. My point is, I don't want everybody to think that when the family is more standoffish with you, when your SO is not around, it's not that they don't like you. They could just be uncomfortable conversing without the person there.
Yeah, could be a thing too. But that being awkward is not the same as being mean.
Right. I do think that he's saying that his parents love her and all of these other things just to make her feel better about the situation.
Yeah.
Because if they really felt like that, she wouldn't have blown up at his birthday party.
Right. And they'd have looked out for her.
Mm-hmm. Ever since his birthday party, things began to go downhill further and further. Eventually, I reached out to his mom and I asked if we could all go out to lunch because at this point, if something didn't change, I felt that I should not be in that relationship. Being 21 years old, having that many constrictions, not being friendly, and not making any progress, whether that be inviting me over to spend time with them to get to know me or even speaking to me in public events. So I reached out to his mom and she did not respond to me. So I reached out to my boyfriend and let him know that I had texted his mom, and since she did not reply, I felt that we should just end it there. There are a lot of other little stories here and there about little things that she would do that in my mind were just purposefully being done to hurt me or make me feel excluded. It's crazy to think that there's actually vindictive people out there like that.
It's crazy to me that people search for validation from other people. She's not dating the mom. She's dating the boy.
Mm-hmm.
I understand wanting to be respectful to a parent.
Right.
I do. But I'm if your mom was mean to me,
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit.
Right.
I'm not dating your mom. I'm dating you. Doesn't matter how you can dislike me all you want. We're adults. I don't know what to tell you other than get fucked.
Right.
Like I believe that
Mm-hmm.
because I don't have to make a good impression. And now if it meant the world to you that I got along with your mom, I would be cordial.
Right.
I damn sure I'm not going to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
I will be civil when I see her and not overly rude just out of respect for you. But I don't owe anyone other than you anything because you're the one that I'm with. Like that's as far as that goes for me. I'm also very extreme when it comes to those things. Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't put up with that.
right.
Once you show me that you don't want my presence around you, I'm not going to try to fix it.
Right.
You can live your life. I'm going to live my life with your son. You don't have to be a part of this.
Mm-hmm. Especially if there's plans of marriage.
Right.
Because you're not joining a family, you're starting your own.
I can also see how she was looking for that, though, because she didn't have her biological mom growing up. So she had probably this idolized version of what a mother-in-law is going to be once she finds her guy. And to have that completely shattered by reality was probably really devastating for her. And she's still trying to, like, hopefully get to that point, and she just had to work through the obstacles. I don't know if that's going to happen with this woman.
Yeah.
So at this point, I was really at my wit's end, and he said that he was going to talk to his mom and convince her to go to lunch. I said, okay. And she eventually responded after talking to him, saying that she was free whenever, as she is a stay-at-home mom. So a couple of days after that, I believe it was a Sunday, when she had agreed to go, and we met on that Wednesday. I was extremely nervous because at this point, I really did truly feel that she hated me, that I had done something to disrespect her or to make her think that I was bad for her son, and she is a very intimidating woman. I am as well, but when it comes to parental figures, I really try to be as respectful as I can without crossing any boundaries.
It's because you're young still.
Right. Little did I know that this hour-and-a-half long conversation that we would have at this lunch would be her belittling me, degrading me, telling me all of the reasons that she was not the problem in any of the problems that we had, and that I was the problem and I was causing all of the issues in our relationship.
He was there for this?
No.
Oh.
It was just her and the mom. She said that she didn't see our relationship lasting because we fought too much. I won't lie or try to sugarcoat and hide the fact that we had our ups and downs. We did, but the truth of the matter is that any argument that we ever had, besides the one involving the phone situation, really rooted from the things that she had done or said. At this point, when we leave lunch, I felt defeated, as if nothing was ever going to get better. I told my boyfriend that if things didn't change soon, we were going to have to figure something out. Time goes on, we work on ourselves, and I haven't been invited over to his house since Christmas, and it's now mid-May. I had recently gone to a Christian concert that really empowered me and gave me the motivation to really reach out to her and to explain to her that I was sorry for any part that I had in any of these issues that me and her son had, that I didn't want to take her away from his family, that I really wanted to work on my relationship with her and her husband as well. I texted her a month ago and still have gotten no response. After that, I really explained to my boyfriend that I didn't think it would work, as I had reached out to her multiple times trying to rectify and resolve the situation, trying to send out an olive branch, and to really try to make things right, and I was getting nothing in return. He said it was going to take time, as his mom was still upset and thought that I was only hurting her son and I was bringing him no happiness. That's because of what he tells her.
Why is she so worried about what's going on in her son's personal life? He's an adult.
Right. That's that weird mom relationship
right?
I'm talking about.
Right. That's weird, right?
It makes me uncomfortable.
There's certain aspects of your life that you don't need to divulge to your parents.
No. Okay.
She said that he was there for this.
He was there for this?
Which means he allowed that shit to happen. Says a lot about his character and where his priorities are.
That's pussy energy. That's very... We would have a lot of issues if you let your mom berate me and belittle me.
I'm not letting anyone berate or belittle you. Even when we were dating, that's not a thing. The moment that I decided to commit myself to you and we were going to start making a run for it was to get married.
Mm-hmm.
We dated to get married because I want longevity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a for instance, girlfriend. If I just wanted a girlfriend, there's no sustenance to that. It's just somebody to sleep with every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what I wanted.
Right.
I knew what I wanted and what I was getting myself into, and I fucking devoted myself to you.
Mm-hmm.
The moment that we committed to each other, the way that I viewed you as my woman was as my wife. Wasn't that way right away in terms of actually being my wife, but I made that happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I view family differently than a lot of people. I've written off my entire bloodline. I don't speak to anyone that I am blood related to other than my daughter.
Yep. Yeah, I talked to my mom and my sister, and that's it.
Yep. Not disrupting my peace.
Yeah,
Just not.
Good.
I would rather die alone with a smile on my face.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Someone said ejectocito, cuz.
So she reached out. Nothing happened. Only hurting her son and happiness. I'm writing to you now because 2 weeks ago, my boyfriend and my dad sat down and had a conversation. My mom and dad were very frustrated at the idea that at the lunch that we had attended, where she berated me for an hour and a half, he didn't stick up for me. He didn't take any of the blame for any of the situations that he had caused.
Your parents have every right to be frustrated about that.
Is this a stepmom? Because you said that your bio mom's not in your life. So I need clarification. I'm assuming it's a stepmom, but I don't want to just assume that.
Do you think that if a young man was courting our daughter, or they were intimately involved, and somebody berated her in front of him and he did nothing about it, that he would be able to show his face in front of me?
Oh, God, no. Are you kidding me?
So her dad has every right to be mad.
I would have to take a lot of composure moments to address that situation.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just one more reason why I don't want our daughter to move out until she's ready to get married and settle down. Granted, she's 4.
Right.
It'll be a long fucking time before that happens.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Okay. Another big part of the story to add is that one of my best friends started dating my boyfriend's younger brother. My boyfriend has twin younger brothers. So my best friend, who is like a little sister to me, is 16, dating one of his twin brothers. He was 17 at the time when they started dating. There is no punctuation in this. This is so hard for me to read. Little sister to me is 16, dating one of his twin brothers. He was 17 at the time when they first started dating. His mom went out of her way to include her in everything, invite her over, and even hug her and talk to her in front of me and completely ignore me. We would go to games, and she would attend with me as the twins. Oh my God.
Is this, if you're still watching this, is this her firstborn? Is this her oldest?
The one she's dating.
The one that she's dating? Because the firstborn always has a special place in somebody's heart.
Mm.
But I would put money on the fact that he talked a whole bunch of shit about you to his parents, and they fucking hate you.
Yeah. I bet he talked a lot of shit
I would
and
put money
painted
on
her in a very negative light.
Yep.
And he doesn't want to
Own
admit that.
Yeah.
Because then he has to admit to his parents that he's been lying for attention.
Right. Well, apparently
and he has
did.
to admit to his girlfriend that I've been kind of fucking lying about you to my family, and that's why they hate you.
Yep. Or blaming you for everything, even if it doesn't view it as lying. But she said, yes, it's her stepmom. They adopted her.
Okay. 16, dating one of his twin brothers. He was 17 at the time when they started dating. Mom went out of the way to include him in everything. We would go to games, and she would attend with me, as the twins will next year be attending the same college as us. She would go up and hug his mom, and she would say hello and hug her back, and I would walk up next to go hug and say hello, and she would turn her head and act as if I wasn't a human standing in front of her. Why would you continue to try?
I was just thinking that.
Why?
I was just thinking that.
She has already shown you that she is not interested in pursuing any sort of relationship with you. All you are doing at this point is continuing to lower your own self-esteem.
Mm-hmm. Yep. At this point, you're doing it to yourself.
Right.
And he's the oldest.
Yeah.
So that's the firstborn. That's her baby there.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not excusing this woman's behavior. She is absolutely acting like a child.
Oh, she's a fucking mess.
Yeah. She is one of my favorite words.
Yeah. See you next Tuesday.
Yes.
She probably still bathes him. You got to wash behind your ears, honey. Come here. Did you get your taint? Give me the washcloth. I'll do it for you.
No.
It's kind of vibes I get from this email.
Me too.
If I was this chick, I wouldn't try to address that woman anymore. I would give her the
No.
exact same treatment.
Mm-hmm.
We can be cold to each other.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put my peace at risk because you want to fuck around. Like, you don't mean that much to me. You mean a lot to him,
Mm-hmm.
but he's choosing to be with me, which says a lot.
Yeah. I would still go to family outings and shit. I just
I
want
would
to fucking
too. And
talk to
I'd,
anybody.
I'd show the fuck up.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
be extra as a motherfucker to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Show up, be just fucking rays of sunshine and positivity and cheer on my man.
Yeah. Knowing that they got money, I'd show up like the biggest piece of white trash on the fucking planet.
Ooh.
I would go put a system in my car just to be that guy that pulls up banging fucking trap music.
Yeah.
I would ruin fucking events, dude. I would not be invited anymore after like 2, maybe 3.
But that would get him to start to resent her.
I don't give a shit.
So you would just self-destruct.
I would. I know I would.
I don't recommend doing that.
No, I know. Well, I don't have to worry about that. My life is dope.
Right. She's asking us for advice
I know.
on what to do.
Yeah, don't do what I do. Do what I say.
You're saying to self-destruct.
No, I'm saying I would self-destruct.
Okay.
I would make sure that my relationship with him was dope as a motherfucker. I
Yeah.
just wouldn't be invited to family events anymore.
Okay.
It'd be real weird when the fat guy gets on the table and starts taking his pants off. Yeah. Yeah.
You're so extra and I'm here for
You
it.
have Petty Spaghetti is my middle name.
I am willing to get kicked out of places. with
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Game on. Game the fuck on.
Don't get us kicked out of a garden though. I enjoy doing the garden stuff. Or Olive Garden. Don't do it in an Olive Garden.
I don't go to Olive Garden. That's a you thing.
Fantastic.
Jeff Graham said you need to get that neck touched up.
I know I do. It is very... I need to make an appointment with Jeff. Why are you shaking your head for?
Because I am petty.
You are very.
I know that I'm petty, and I would have honestly tried to make this woman like me just for the sake of him, to make him happy and not have
Right.
waves in my relationship, because it's easier
Mm-hmm.
to get along than not.
Right.
But if I tried to like shake someone's hand and they looked at me and put their hand away, or they refused to hug me if I tried to hug them and they wanted to play that game,
Gotcha.
I'm going to match that energy. You're not going to like me.
Yeah.
And growing up poor like I was, and being a complete scumbag like I was when I was 19 and 20 years old, bitch, I got nothing to lose.
Mm. You got some things to lose.
I do now.
Yeah.
I didn't then.
Yeah.
Show up at the house completely shit-faced drunk, and then call the cops and be like, hey, they gave me alcohol and refused to take me home. I'm ruining lives. Small town, really rich family. Yeah. Yeah.
Sue them for money.
We can be petty.
This isn't the advice she's looking for.
I'm not giving advice.
Okay. This wasn't the conversation she was hoping
I know.
to have.
I know. I just, that behavior is unacceptable to me.
The mom's behavior?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. She's very much mean girls, 15, 16-year-old bullshit.
Right. Even if I didn't like somebody that my daughter was with,
Mm-hmm.
I would tolerate them because they make her happy.
Right.
Even if they don't make her happy and she doesn't want to leave because for the most part she's happy and there's no physical abuse or verbal abuse happening, I'm going to be cordial
Mm-hmm.
because my daughter's happiness matters to me.
Right.
This woman is a grown-up
Mm-hmm.
who's acting like a fucking teenage girl who's got a crush on her son.
Yeah. She really is acting like a jealous girlfriend. So that happens. The reason I add that is because that was another issue that my parents had as well. I think the problem that my boyfriend has is that he has been raised in such an environment that he has been handed really everything in life that he didn't have to work for.
Yeah.
So he is very dependent on his parents.
Mm-hmm.
They did such a massive disservice to him.
Yeah, that's weakness. That's weakness.
When you don't allow your children to learn and like fucking trial by fire and make errors and fail and get back up and do things, if you coddle them, you are doing a massive disservice to your child.
Yep.
And they will never be able to be a functioning adult in society without going through a lot of hardships.
They're going to rely on mommy and daddy for that money for the rest of their life. They're never going to step up into their own and become their own individual person.
Oh, holy shit.
What?
Jeff just sent 250 roses.
Oh, he's getting us back for what we do to him when he's live.
Oh, I'm so glad I looked over and saw that. Thank you, Jeff.
That's funny.
For those of you who don't follow Jeffrey Graham, you need to do it.
Yeah, Jeffrey Graham
Right
tattoos on
now.
TikTok.
That man is absolutely insane. He did my throat tattoo. He did this lady in here. Look at that. Can I? Ooh. Look at that lady. He did Chris's name on my stomach. He does out-of-town booking, guys. Go follow him. And now you plug the handle again because I don't remember.
It's Jeffrey Graham tattoos on TikTok.
Yes.
He was going live every day, but he got banned on TikTok live for a little bit.
Unacceptable.
Guys, I know that I just went on a tangent being petty. None of that is the proper way to deal with shit. That is 19-year-old me, though.
That is a form of processing, though. When you're by yourself and you speak all of that foul shit of the things like your knee-jerk reaction, and you get that out in the world, you process that.
Yeah.
And now you're like, okay, well, I got it out of my system. Now I can actually really sit here and logically think about how to handle this situation.
Yeah.
It's kind of like post-nut clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels about the same, too. Yeah, it does. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm a very calm individual now, but I was a very violent piece of shit for a long time.
Yeah.
And the idea of, like... Anyways. I'm glad I'm not that person anymore. We'll just leave it at that. I am very calm. My life is good.
Yeah.
I will do horrible things to protect those I love, and that's as far as that goes. I'm not putting myself in positions to have to deal with shit like that.
Good. Because I don't want to deal with things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would not be trying to be friends with this woman.
No, me either.
And
Yeah,
I
no.
gotta be honest, I would be questioning on whether or not the boyfriend is even worth being with either, because he didn't defend her. He lied in the beginning. He's obviously talked shit to the family, which has made the mom hate him.
They're young too.
There's a whole lot. Yeah, there's a whole lot of like.
You could take all of this as a learning experience and go, okay, I am not going to tolerate anything that just happened in my life.
Right.
And now I'm going to level up. You are definitely going to have to work through everything that they did for you, because that is very traumatic to be humiliated like that in front of people. Just know that family experience is not all family experiences.
We are at 3 hours and 45 minutes, and there's still 222 people watching us.
Shut up. Explains why my back hurt the way it does.
We've been over 200 people since we started this thing almost. Yeah. Says a lot.
You guys are consistent, not persistent. Consistent.
Jessica Piotr said, I was busy at 1 and couldn't watch. I hopped on to watch the video and you're still going.
You want to finish the email?
I do, very much.
Reason I add this.
Sabrina said, post-nut clarity, it's a thing, people. Is it a thing for women too?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, you would know.
I've never thought about that, but yeah.
Next time we have to have like a real life making decision, I'm going to ask you the question, get you off, and then let you answer me. And we'll see if that works for you guys too. Because it works for men. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll have to see how that plays out. I'm curious now. It's for science.
If I ever hit you with I need a process, it'll be okay, now's the time.
Anyways.
Oh my God, does this make us scientists?
It makes us fucking stupid is what it makes us.
Oh man, thank you for stopping in, Jeff. That was super dope. I don't know if I just see everybody saying bye to him. That's awesome. I enjoy that we're supported by friends. Okay, back to the email. The reason I added this in is because I think that he is afraid to stand up to them, as he feels that he will have everything taken away from him that he has always known. More than likely, yeah.
So
that
his
will
his
happen.
creature comforts are more important than she is.
Yeah.
I would live on literally without a home anywhere in Florida with you, homeless.
Yeah.
If that's what it took for us to be together.
I would live out of that Kia with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Priorities.
Yeah. They will probably more than likely 100% use money as manipulation in this.
Yeah. Well, it's because he's never not had it.
Right. It's a form of control. For the past 6 months, I have been begging my boyfriend to go to a concert with me that I've been wanting to attend for a very long time. He said that he wasn't able to attend because he had practice, and it was her last week. And it was her last week of his season. So I'm assuming you meant his last week of his season. I was understanding because I understand what it's like to be at the end of your season and you really aren't allowed to miss any practice. I was understanding until I found out the day of the concert that he would be attending with his family after he left practice. It's only one example of the many of him repeatedly choosing his family or friends over me when I have asked him to do things with me that mean a lot to me. I feel as if I'm in a place in our relationship. Because I'm about to graduate with my master's degree.
That's dope.
That I want to start working and pretty soon try to start a family. I have said this to him before, and he will say this to you. I feel like we are in completely different chapters of our own book. I don't know how to fix this or if it's even possible.
I mean, he's telling you. He just told
yeah.
you that you're in a place that he's not. You're about to get this fucking master's degree. You're about to really take the next level of your life. You want to start a family. You want to do that. There's a whole lot of I don't want in any of this.
Yeah,
there's
he
lies.
doesn't.
There's a fucked up foundation. There's deception. If you had a family, here's a real thought. Let's say that you two actually had a kid together, and that psychotic mom that hates your guts was the grandmother. Would you want your child to be tainted by that grandmother every time he went over there to see grandma?
That's everything I said in the beginning.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. But like that's a very real question. Like,
Right.
I don't know.
It's not worth it. That would not be worth it for me. You're young. Right? Are they young? How old are they? Did she say? She's 19. Girl, this is not worth your energy.
No.
I did that whole thing, chasing a man I thought I was in love with and getting married and having children. And then I got divorced.
Can have people that are good, just not good for you.
Yes. I would not want that as my mother-in-law. I would not want that as the grandmother of my children. Then you're going to have to imagine you do stay with this man and you guys work on things and he wants his mom to be a part of those kids' lives. There's a very real possibility she's going to try to taint those children against you.
Absolutely.
And then you're going to have to answer questions of, why does grandma say mean things about you?
Right.
Why does grandma tell me that you don't love me?
Yeah. And I can do whatever I want when I'm over there. Why can't I go over there? I hate it here. Grandma lets me do whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma says.
Mm-hmm.
No rules, no structure.
Grandma says you're really mean to daddy.
Yeah. Grandma's going to undermine everything that's going on in that relationship, in that scenario.
No, thank you.
I'm glad you went through all the shit you did.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a shitty thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you had all that trauma. Glad that everything that you've gone through in life, that you've had to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you didn't go through all that shit, the woman sitting across from me right now wouldn't exist.
Correct.
All the shit that I've been through, the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're all learning experiences. All the failed relationships, all the shit that I did, all the shit that's been done to me, all the things that I had to work through. If those things didn't exist, you and I would not be who we are. We would not have the relationship that we have. Those failures weren't failures. They were life lessons.
Right.
So Clarissa said exactly why my mother-in-law is not allowed around. You know how many monster-in-law emails we get? Shit, we have a fucking series right now on Patreon.
Yeah. Monster-in-law.
We have somebody part of our Discord that we call the Monster Slayer.
Correct.
Because she's fucking battling monster-in-law issues. Like, if he's not willing to marry and create a family and walk away from his own, then you are marrying and joining that family. Like that's
going to be the rest of your fucking life.
Right. And if you're marrying, if you're dating and you're not dating to marry,
Mm-hmm.
why are you dating? What benefit does it have?
Are you just hoping things are going to get better?
Maybe.
That's the only thing I can imagine gaining, is that you are still on the hope that things are going to change and she's going to love you and he's going to stand up for you and defend you. And
Right.
outside of that, all I hear is anxiety, stress, belittlement, low self-esteem.
Yeah. I just don't get it. I don't understand where there's no benefit to just dating somebody to date somebody.
Mm-hmm.
If you just want a monogamous person to sleep with, because that's all you get from dating.
Mm-hmm.
If you move in together and you're playing house, it's a different scenario.
Right.
But if you're dating and you're trying to build a life together, you're building a foundation for the future so that you can get married and have a family and have that life. That's the whole point of it, as far as I'm concerned. I know a lot of people disagree because there's people who are like, I don't want to get married. Well, if you don't want to get married, don't date.
Yeah.
Just stay single.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck people when you can. Don't ruin people's lives. Don't tie them up.
Right.
Don't waste decades of somebody's life that could be doing something else until you find something better. Like, be a decent human being. Be fucking honest and be like, I don't ever see myself getting married.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really want a commitment. I just want monogamous sex with somebody so that I know I'm not going to catch something. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Was that the end of the email?
That was it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that was the end of the story. She goes on to ask what she can do. I would really appreciate some advice and some input on the situation that I'm going through. I would really sit down and consider if you would want to continue to pursue a relationship with this man.
Yeah. Pros and cons list.
It's bad now. You have children. He is not going to defend you as his wife.
Right.
He's not going to defend you as the mother of his children. It is 100% going to be him and the kids and then you.
Or her and the kids and then him. And him not being present.
Mm.
Because it sounds like the type of situation that would be, because he doesn't want that. They're in two different phases of their life, he said.
Yeah. I would take that at face value and say that he said you guys are at two different points in your life.
Yeah.
You want something that he does not want right now. And you can sacrifice the things you want of a family and having children and the white picket fence. And then 15 years from now, you're going to be like, okay, are you ready? He's going to be like, no, not yet. Not worth it.
So non-biased advice. What would you do from here?
From here, I would sit down and say, just to myself, I would sit down with myself and have a conversation of, do I even want to pursue this relationship anymore? If I were to pursue this relationship anymore, I'm going to sit down and have a conversation with him, and I would set clear boundaries of I am with you with the intent to have long-term marriage, family, kids, the whole thing. If his answer back to that is not what I want, that's where that conversation ends. Okay? We do not want the same thing. I'm going to pursue my life. You pursue yours.
Love is not enough.
Correct. If
That
he,
hold on, that's huge. All of that is huge. For any relationship, no matter how fucking dope it is.
right.
If one person wants kids and a certain type of retirement and the other person doesn't, somebody is sacrificing their entire fucking existence
right.
to give somebody else what they want. That's a fucking problem. You are going to have resentment the entire life because you can't find a compromise if one person's willing to give and the other's not.
Right. If he says he does want kids, the family life, he's going to be present, he's going to be active, then the conversation of you need to fucking stand up to your mom and defend me as your woman. That needs to happen. If he is on board with that, at that point, a conversation needs to be had with the mom, with you present,
Right.
of him telling her, this is what's happening going forward. If you cannot respect her as the woman in my life, you can no longer be present.
I agree with that.
If all of those things happen going forward, I would pursue it.
That second part, sitting down with her and confronting the family and then defending her, would show me that his balls dropped
Yeah.
and that he's finally starting to be a man.
Yep.
That would go a long way for me as a woman. I would do a pros and cons list 100%.
Yeah.
Because there are things that you guys have to think about long term in terms of your family that fucking matters. Like if you're going to have kids, like you said, the monster-in-law being an issue could be a fucking problem for your family.
Right.
Where are you guys going to live? If you're getting your master's and he's going to be graduating college, are you guys staying in this town where there's a very influential family there so that you're constantly living under that last name? Or are you going to move away and do something else with your lives? How does that look? What does your retirement goals look like? What does his look like?
Is he going to be able to help you provide for a family?
Right. What
He's
happens?
completely dependent on
What happens if his family goes, okay, you want her, you're cut off? Is he going to be able to accept that and then step up as a man and provide and take care of a family?
and work hard.
That matters. Is he going to go, no, you're right, mom, I'd rather have the money, deuces, and then fucking leave you? You know what I mean? Like these conversations need to be had. Relationships are so much more important than what's happening today.
Right.
You guys need to look at the longevity of things. This is why we are advocates for prenuptial agreements and why we are fucking advocates for Roth IRAs and 401ks and business plans and fucking trusts and all the things that we do, because it's about longevity. The more contingencies you have set up in case plans fail, the better off you're going to be. How's the saying go? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Yeah.
That's all there is to that.
That sounds right. I don't know that. if
You've
that
had to
is
correct
right.
me with that several times because every time I've tried to say it, it doesn't. My brain just doesn't get it
Yeah.
out. And you're like that, and I'm like, yes, that, and then I have to cut it out because I sound like an idiot fumbling around trying to find my words.
And you just admitted it.
Yeah, I don't care.
You're
It's
funny.
one thing to admit my stupidity. It's another to show the world how dumb I am.
All right. Do we have any final questions? Because I am exhausted.
She said there's an update on Discord too.
Oh, dope.
Jason Kirk said, as you have both said before, give yourself the same advice you would if your daughter was in the situation. That's a good one too.
Oh, yeah. That's how I give advice to you guys. Even the harsh things I say, I would tell that to my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I'm not a teenager anymore
Oh my
and that
God, me
like I'm
too.
not in the dating game.
I could never. No. Oh my God. I am so lucky. I'm so blessed.
Oh, Zeke said we have supers.
Oh, we got supers?
Let me
Hell
open
yeah.
Discord because we also have packages on the front porch. Hey, you know what? I'm getting gravy and biscuits for dinner. I just made my night twice.
We still have to order everything.
That's fine. I don't care.
It's going to take me time to cook. We might not be eating until like 8:30 or 9.
That's okay. That just means we'll be watching a movie until fucking...
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay. Do you want bacon or anything with it? Hash browns?
Just the biscuits and gravy is fine.
Home fries?
Just the biscuits and gravy is fine.
Okay. I want to make sure you're satisfied and fed.
I will be.
Okay, good.
There's not been a time that you've made biscuits and gravy and I was like, oh man, that didn't hit the spot. What the fuck?
Good.
Doesn't happen.
You're going to need the calories later. I want to make sure you're good to go.
Zach said $5. Abort, abort, abort. I feel like Medea for this family. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
Sabrina said, Chris, don't feel bad about deleting the response to my email. I'm still super thankful for the community and will remain here for as long as possible.
Oh, I love that. Thank you.
And then Vanessa Ruiz sent a fox with hearts.
A fox with hearts. What does the fox mean?
I don't know. Clarissa said, no biggie. I appreciate it. Just asking if they can read my thank you email titled "Thank you for strengthening my marriage." I will make a note of that and we will read it on an episode because we're done reading things for today.
Yeah. I did not expect to be on here until 6 o'clock.
I didn't expect to be on here for more than like an hour and a half. It's been 4
Yeah.
hours. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
This is definitely a good work time. You're supposed to record. I enjoy doing the live instead.
Yeah. There's people in here who are like, I've never had gravy and biscuits.
No.
Yep. And it's no wonder you guys have as many problems in your life as you have. It's because you've not had that yummy goodness.
If you guys want my recipe for the biscuits and gravy that I make,
Discord.
we have a cookbook going in the Discord.
Adding sausage in the gravy is best. I can't believe you guys have never had biscuits and gravy. That's just so weird to me.
Make mine spicy. It's hot. Has heat.
Guys, I know that we have been on for a long time and we've gotten some super chats and you guys have been over 200 people this entire time. And it's super fucking dope that you guys support us the way that you do. And we talked about that a little bit last night on the way home too, that honestly, if it wasn't for you guys, we would literally just be having conversations with ourselves in the living room and
Yeah.
none of this would exist. Like
Yep.
we are not really doing anything special. We are just sharing our thoughts with you guys. And the fact that you guys enjoy it so much is making this a thing.
So for those of you asking how to get to the Discord, specifically on TikTok, go to my bio. There's a little Linktree link. Click that. Go to Patreon. To get access to the Discord, you do have to be a part of the $15 monthly tier. That way, you have stake in the game and you're not just going to go in there and try to troll shit.
Someone said, I love biscuits and gravy, but it makes no sense. It's literally liquid bread on bread. That's technically shit on a shingle.
Is it?
Yeah. Would be liquid bread on bread.
Oh, my back hurts so bad.
Somebody in here said, I don't like biscuits and gravy. Yeah, you are going to get the hate. I can't be friends with you. I'm kidding. Your taste buds don't matter to me.
Just be okay with me eating it in front of you.
Yeah. And making sounds.
You do.
Way to calm me out, babe. Way to calm me out.
I forgot we were alive.
That's funny.
But it's funny. It makes me feel good when you make noises after eating the food I cook.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't fake that shit. That's like faking an orgasm. You can tell.
Yeah.
So when you genuinely enjoy my food, I know like I did good.
All right, guys. I think we're done.
Yes, I am done.
We will see you guys on the next one.
Bye, guys. Thank you for joining. Have a good night.
Hello.